What's frickin' up, gamers? How's it going? Welcome in. What's up, Oshik? How's it going? Hey, your game is looking epic so far. See, you're saying the leaves weren't intentional? Yeah. No, I think it looks pretty good, though. Yeah, it's like the same symbol as the grass. Button Nubby's Number Factory, let's go. Yeah, that game looks kind of fun. Nubby's Number Factory. Yeah. Art style is pretty cool. I wish I could, like, achieve that style. I wonder how you do it. I guess you just... I mean, does he have specular? It just doesn't have, like, any texturing, I guess. But no, it does. I don't know. Everything's just shiny. Everything looks like it's plastic. Demo is harder than the base game? Oh, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it looks pretty cool, though. Might be fun. It's also so cheap. It's only $4 right now, so it's like, why not? Why not get it, you know? Yeah, that's one nice thing about making your game really cheap, is it's like impulse buy, you know? Where it's just like, a few bucks, boom, you know? Yeah, I presumed it, like, is all rendered in 3D. Yeah, I think it's just, it looks like it definitely has specular lighting. It's just, everything's just really shiny. Like, the roughness is way too low on everything. You know? But yeah, it's pretty cool. It would be fun to make something in the style of something like that, you know? Oh, it's made in Game Maker? Interesting. That's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyways, today we're gonna be working on new dungeon rooms, finally, I promise. It's gonna be a full stream length today. So yeah. We are gonna probably just work on the basic, like, regular rooms, the combat rooms, but then start to throw in some special ones like the chest room and stuff, because obviously we kind of need that. So, and I have also received an email from Steam. They reviewed Starground for Steam Deck verification, and we're almost there. It's like, it was playable for sure, but there's just two minor things that failed, so that it wasn't, like, full verified. So we should be able to just fix those things really quick. They're pretty simple. The first one was that some text is too small on the tutorial, and thank God it says where. The things were too small. Button glyphs in tutorial for button glyphs in the tutorial and for chat. So that's it. And it's not that hard. We can fix that. And then the other one was the keyboard. It wasn't using the Steam Deck keyboard. It was using, like, my own. So it's pretty easy to fix. We just have to make it pop up with the Steam one. And Godot Steam has functions for opening and closing that, so honestly, I think if somebody's on Steam, we should probably just default to that one anyways, right? So we'll work on that. But yeah, hopefully with those two fixes, it should be fine. But yeah. But it'll be cool if we can actually get the game verified for Steam Deck. So yeah. So we will do that. Everything else was good. You know, because we already have controller support. I can show you guys what tests are passed here. So this is like the menu that you get. These are all the things that did pass. Display settings, frame limiter, menu, game functionality, audio, native resolution, all this stuff, you know, display, controller glyphs, online multiplayer, offline single player, which I guess is a requirement for Steam Deck, which I found interesting. So you have to have single player and offline single player for Steam Deck. Which I guess makes sense. I mean, it's like a portable device, so... But yeah, it's interesting. So it just means that multiplayer games, like only multiplayer games, will never get verified, so... But honestly, it makes sense, because the Steam Deck's supposed to be like a on-the-go thing. And there's some other minor things in here. Apparently it failed to launch on Proton. I mean, we don't need to, because it's natively built for Linux. But I guess it's just a note. External controller, I don't know what's up with this. So I guess it's saying it's supposed to prioritize the external controller on Steam Deck. Yeah. So I think we're gonna have to change that. Technically this doesn't stop it from being playable, but it's still like a fail. I mean, I would like to fix it. And then yeah, it's just text legibility. And they're also saying, you know, require user-provided files. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You don't need to upload files on the Steam Deck. Just for the PC people. That's why they just made note of it. They didn't, like, say it's an issue necessarily. They're just saying, like, yeah, impact other than just lack of said feature. So yeah, I mean, I think we should be good to fix it all. I don't think it's going to be that bad. It's playable now, but we will get verified. So, yeah, it should be good. We can just submit for re-review, and I think we can use the experimental branch, so I will do that. Anyways, what we can do for that is this function in here. We can actually check if something's running on Steam Deck with this function, which I didn't realize, so that's cool. Although the only issue with that is, does this require internet connection, right? Or can it still run the Steam stuff? I don't know. We'll see on that. Now the other one, this, show gamepad text input. So this is what we're gonna use for Steam Deck input. Is just say, hey, show the Steam one instead. But it's pretty easy. You just put in, set the input mode. The description, the maximum amount of text, and also the preset text. I guess we would just pass in what like the current text is for that one. So yeah, we'll figure that out. There's a lot of frickin' functions in here that I didn't even realize existed, honestly. Just kind of going through this for a little bit, I'm like, man, there's like a million things in here. Like, just for all this stuff. It would be cool to actually use it. Like app lists. Can only be used by previously approved apps. I guess it's because it's checking what apps are installed, so that's kind of dangerous. And apps, all this stuff. Friends. This is cool, actually. I didn't realize you could open the overlay with the lobby invite type. So like I could add a button that's like invite friends and it just opens up the invite screen. Probably not a bad idea. Yeah, HTTP, matchmaking, music. I guess that's for like the, yeah, purchase soundtracks and stuff. Networking messages. And all that stuff. Parental settings, which is interesting. You can block certain features, I guess. Parties. Which I have no idea what this is. Beacons. Remote play, remote storage. Yeah, anyways. Let's frickin' get into it. Also, I updated Godot. Oh, I spoiled, I leaked. Let me just get to a safe Discord tab. Alright, so I updated Godot to 4.4.1. I had some weird issues with Godot Steam. No, that's the wrong project, hold on. But I did get them worked out, so, and as a byproduct of getting them to work, I realized I actually, I'll show you. So for the longest time in Godot, it wouldn't show, like, you couldn't access the Steam stuff like the overlay, but now it works. Because the way that you set it up has changed. In the project settings, there's an initialization tab now, and you can just enable this stuff to start up right when you load up the game for the first time. So I enabled that and it's working, but I had a lot of issues with the embed callback setting. It kept messing up, or like it just wasn't updating anything, so when you would host a Steam game, it would just break. So I fixed that. And now we're gaming. I just had to make it so it manually calls the callbacks, so. Anyways. Yeah, let's load in. Let's see where we're at here. Yes, I guess they're saying that the text here is too small, which is fine. We can just increase the scale of the text box, not a big deal. And then they're also saying the tutorial glyphs are too small. I don't know if by glyphs they just mean the icons for the input, or they just mean the text in general. Probably just the text in general, but I could just increase the UI scale when you're on Steam Deck, but I worry it's going to cause other issues, so maybe don't. Yeah, we'll work on that though. Okay. So anyways, Tephra. There's a couple of things that we got to do here. Oh, what? I don't know why the mini-map is broken. Wait, what is going on? Why is it spawning in these rooms? Well, something's a little funny. We're gonna have to work that out. I did go to Tephra, right? Does it show my current region? I really should make it show that. Let's go do that. Oh god. Well, I am formatting it, but can I like do this? Okay, well, that's better, I guess. Time until next rain. So let's just say current region 6. And this is gonna be global dot current region ID. Just want to make sure we actually ended up in the right region, because something is weird. Yeah, it shows we're in Starground Tephra. I'm not sure why it didn't use the right rooms and stuff, though, right? It's like it generated the first dungeon. I did make a change of, like, making this stuff more dynamic. Of, like, allowing for different regions and stuff for the dungeons. So maybe that's what happened. If I go back into here, there's the create dungeon script here. I should pass in region ID and then region location. Dungeon name. Is that the issue? I think that might be what's going on here. I think I have to say dungeon region is region ID. And I think that's our issue. Because I think in here it's not actually getting set. Yeah, by default it's just Enceladus, so... Okay. But yeah, I got it set up so that it'll just run through all the rooms, the levels that do exist. Before, for some stupid reason, I had it set up where it would just do, like... It's just hard-coded to do levels 0 and 1. But now it'll just do whatever rooms exist in the region table. So, that should be a little better. Okay. Let's make sure this is okay. Should be fine. Alright, looks like we are good. Yes. This is being a little quirky. Also, I don't think I really like the sprite I did for this enemy. I think I'm gonna redo it. The animation's okay and all, but I think it's just the legs being so thick just look odd in-game. I know it's cool in concept, but I don't know, it just doesn't look very insecty. So yeah, I think I'm gonna adjust that. Now, something we also have to do is change the required rooms. So that includes the spawn room, the exit room, and then also the boss room. Obviously, those are still, like, the Enceladus ones, so we have to swap that out. So we'll work on that. Get all the decorations spawning in. We'll probably add more decorations just to have plenty. I know we wanted to do like the big pot decorations, so we'll probably do that. So far it's not too bad. And the ziplines still need a noise, but it's not a huge deal. And then we also need the boss doors. So I'm gonna kind of write down a couple things that we need to do. This will be our to-do list. To-do. Alright, so we need to... Tephra boss doors. Tephra required rooms. Re-sprite. Boring. Combat rooms. Tephra combat rooms. And then also Tephra special rooms. I have some ideas for some of the special rooms I want to do for that. Dylan's been working on some cool ideas that look cool. So, we have some ideas for some more interesting special rooms. So I think those should be cool. Our shader's working pretty well. No issues with that. Cool. I also would like to do new obstacles here, because obviously we just have the spikes, but I think it'd be cool if there were new ones. The spikes are fine and all, but I like, it would be cool if there were new ones. The ziplining is looking pretty good. No issues there. Everything. One other thing also that's kind of an issue is when you zipline into another room, the enemies will start like moving and doing stuff. So sometimes I feel like the drop rates on these are still a little high. Might want to lower that. Texture and drop rates. So We need to make it so add delay to zipline room spawning. Or room loading or whatever. Just so that the enemies don't immediately spawn in when you go on the zipline, because they start attacking you right away. So like, for example, if I go here, enemies just spawned in and now they're flying toward me. It just kind of makes it really difficult, because it's like, they're already running their cooldowns and stuff, you know, so... It's funny how they just end up getting in one spot like that. Interesting. So yeah, we're gonna work on that. I think that's like most of the main things. Eventually we will work on a boss, but... You know, that's kind of a lot of work. Bosses are kind of hard. So... Okay. Just trying to think if there's anything else that we need to take a look at or do. Right now the goal is definitely getting things ready for a experimental build. So that we can fix this, get Steam Deck verified. But also just, you know, I don't know, make it a play testing, you know. It's interesting, I can't close my inventory when I'm on the zipline. I mean, it's not really a big deal. I think it's just because I set, like, interaction to false or whatever. I should probably make it so that when you first go on the zipline, it just forces it to close, just in case. So let's do that. Well, let's just mess with the door stuff then to get that working. So right here, we're just gonna say player dot close inventory. Oops, body. Yep. So that'll just make sure that it's fully closed. I think it's fine to run that function even when it's not open, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. So that's just going to force it to stay closed. And then... So, the thing is we're loading room right here, right, just immediately. I think we need to set a delay on that, so... I think I'm gonna do this. I think I'm just gonna say get tree dot create timer dot timeout or dot timeout dot connect load room rpcid dot bind 1. All right. Now for the time on how long that's gonna take. It will be distance divided by speed. But I'm gonna just subtract a value from that. Probably just 1. So that the enemies will always spawn in 1 second before you get there or something. Maybe even a little less, just 0.5. But I don't want that to go negative. So I might have to clamp that. Hey, Desrazer, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? I'm gonna say max on that. Let's say 0. Alright. Hopefully, we should be good with that then. I think all this stuff will already work. So if I have my inventory open... Oh, it was not happy. Expected 2 arguments. Brother, I gave you the other argument right there. Oh, it thinks that that's... Oh, what's going on here? It's all funny. Hold on. Okay, so 1 parenthesis there. That should open to the end. Oh. There we go. Chillin', music, tea, and streams. Nice. That's awesome. Sounds like a good time. Yeah, I'm just tired today. I mean, It's 'cause I didn't get any sleep last night. But this is how it goes. I went to bed at around 10 a.m. So yeah. I don't know, it's hard for me to get good sleep. I stay up too long. There we go. So now I think the enemy spawning seems a little better. I want to spawn them just before the player actually gets to the room. Just so that the spawning isn't as abrupt, I think. I do like how it is when the stuff is already like spawned in, like the decorations and stuff. I mean, maybe there's a way I could just delay the enemy spawning. I think we'll do that. I think I'm just gonna set a variable, like a timer, to spawn the enemies in. So I think we'll get rid of that. And just do load room again. Do that. And now, let's just modify the room script a little bit. Dungeon room, dungeon room. Okay. It's in create enemies or whatever. Generate enemies. So I can just add a delay for this. It's not really that big of a deal.
Big boy next Axel Rose.
What's up, Robbie? Welcome in. How's it going? Thank you very much. What am I doing? Adding this spawn to the attached zipline. Basically, I'm just setting a delay on the enemy spawning. So right now, like what happens is that if you go on this zipline here, right, and your room's over here, the enemies will spawn in right at the moment that you go on the first zipline, even though that they're over here. So what happens is as the player's moving across the zipline, like the flying enemies start flying over to you in the middle of the zipline, right? Which is kind of a problem. So I'm just getting it set up so that like it'll generate the normal stuff, but it'll only generate the enemies as soon as the player actually reaches the room. So I think it's gonna be better that way. So I'm just gonna add a variable here. That's like a var enemy spawn delay. By default, it's 0. Yeah, just making it fairer because it feels kind of annoying if the enemies are immediately attacking you, right? Yeah. I'm just gonna say get tree dot create timer enemy spawn delay dot timeout generate enemies. Dot connect. So that should work. Yeah, so as soon as that's done, that should be fine. It should just be a one-shot thing because this timer's temporary. All right, that should be good. All right. So then back to our door, we're just gonna say set the enemy spawn delay, right? Of this one. So we have to say let's see here. Because we say load room. RPC ID. Yeah, connection. I'm just gonna pass this as an optional parameter for load room. So 1, and then speed divided by, you know, this one right here. I'm also gonna have a variable here of our spawn delay 0. It's hard to find a job, we realized we were talking about. Yeah, it's really bad. It's pretty terrible. It's one of the big reasons why I just never, like, bothered trying to, even apply and stuff, because I couldn't even find a job that would even work in the first place. And it was just, I don't know, I didn't match the experience of any position. And it was just crazy because it wasn't even the... It's not like it's just like, oh, well, yeah, obviously I don't have the experience for a senior position. No, just nothing. Like, not even internship stuff. Well, there wasn't even any internships, really. Those didn't really exist. So yeah, it was pretty bad. I got my degree though. I graduated in May, but no internship or internships or anything available. Yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty rough, the industry. Okay, so this should work. So now what I'm doing basically is just saying spawn delay is 0 by default. We set it in here, which is also the same as our speed. So just do that. And then pass it into load room. And then on start creation, or that doesn't really matter. We'll just say connection to get parent dot enemy spawn delay. I think. Let's go make sure. Let's go into 1. Enemy spawn delay, yeah. Okay, so we should be good to go now. Alright. Yeah, I definitely feel that, though. I would just keep working away at it. That's one of the big reasons that I like started working on Starground, is just for the portfolio, you know, like, I don't know, evidence of work experience. Because if I can't find any work, you kind of have to create your own, you know? So, but yeah. It does kind of suck. I think that's why, like, making your own projects and stuff is really important for trying to land those internships and stuff. It's just, like, standing out from the competition. Because there is a lot of competition. It's gonna be a rough ride to actually get a job. Okay, so let's make sure this delay stuff works. Let's go to there. So if I go in here, it should, yeah, just be the decorations and then the enemy spawn it. Okay. So yeah, I think that's good. You know, it's a little funny with how the enemies just pop into existence, but we can, like, create spawn animations for those guys if we really want, so it's not that big of a deal. Also, it looks like this depth ordering is a little quirky on here. Probably gonna have to adjust that. It's that way just because of how the doors work. Because, like, normally in Enceladus you want to be behind the door, and that's why it's doing that here. It's also doing it... No, it's not doing it for that one. Yeah, that one's fine until you get behind it like that. But that one's okay. And then this one is fine. So we'll have to adjust that just a little bit. So I'll write that down, our to-do list. Fix depth ordering with Tafra doors. Okay. Okay, so we fixed a couple things. The zipline delay. And what also did we do? Acquired rooms. Oh yeah, we also fixed the inventory. So let's just make sure that we did, though. I'm sure we did. Yeah, we're good. All right. have done something in healthcare instead of majoring in physics, but I just don't want to do jobs for the money. Yeah. No, I totally feel it. I definitely kind of felt that a lot, like with computer science and stuff, where I'm like, I don't know. I'd probably make more money and it'd be more stable if I just went for a different kind of degree, you know? But I really just wanted something that aligned with what I'm actually interested in, you know? And that, for me, was computer science. Because I just think it's interesting and it's cool, you know? But yeah. It's too bad, though, that the industry freaking sucks right now. If there were actually game development jobs and stuff, like, when I graduated, I probably would have just done that. I probably would have gotten a job at a studio or something. But I just wasn't able to. And yeah, also, like, when I say there's no internships, that's literally all of programming. That doesn't even... I'm not even saying, like, just game development internships either, right? It was bad. Like, there's no game development jobs. Anywhere. There was a couple, but it's like, okay, I've got to go move to California. I just can't afford it. And I can't afford to do that on an unpaid internship. It doesn't make any sense. It's insane. So, like, what are you gonna do, you know? I don't know. Yeah, it does kind of suck. It's kind of screwed over. But whatever. Maybe one day. Well, hopefully I never have to, but, you know. I mean, working on Starground would be ideal. But we'll see. Or just any other of our own games. Doesn't have to be Starground. California, the cheeseburgers are $30 at a restaurant. Yeah. It's not even... Food's also kind of that expensive here, though. Which is kind of the funny part. Because, like, if you got, like, a burger at a restaurant here, it's probably going to be somewhere around 20 bucks. It's not that far off. It's still really expensive here, but yeah, it's even more expensive in California, so... Man, Colorado has gotten really expensive. Especially with, like, housing and stuff. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I don't know how I would ever afford a home. Because even stuff like just a condo, or like just a tiny little home, 600 square foot, it's $400,000. So I'd have to get this enormous loan. Also with the interest rate, it would be like 6%. Or probably even more after it's all said and done. So that would end up being like $3,000 a month, which is insane. And that's just for mortgage. Like, what about food and utilities and all the stuff? Like, and also the HOA fees are insane. Every single place has like $1,000 a month in fees, which is ridiculous. So what, you're telling me I need like 4,000 just minimum just to own the property on top of the multiple thousands of other stuff of actually living. Like paying for water and food. Ugh, I don't know. I just can't do it. I'd have to make like $7,000 a month. And that's just like necessities. That's assuming that I spend $0 on buying things and enjoying myself. So I don't know. I don't know how that would even work, man. It's kind of insane. Yeah, sometimes it feels like really my only real option is to just move somewhere else. Yeah, I don't think I'll look for a house. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of bad when you're hoping that the economy will crash just so you can afford something. You know? I mean, it's kind of bad. It's crazy because, like, you know, my parents got their house for so cheap. Like, it was like $200,000 for, like, a full-size family home. Which is an insane deal. I mean, back then it was just pretty typical, but now it's like, that's ridiculous. Because now the house is like $600,000. It's the tripled in price over the last, whatever, 20 years. Yeah, it's just insane, man. Also, their interest rate was incredibly low. on the mortgage, it's like 2%. So it's so low that its inflation is faster than the interest rate, so you might as well just not even pay it. Because if you just invest money in like a high interest, high yield savings account or something, you make money. I don't know. It's insane. Anyways, it's enough ranting about the economy. Maybe I'll just go move somewhere really cheap, like Brazil or Italy or something. Italy's got some really cheap housing. It's really run down, but a lot of the houses are cheap. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to live in Colorado, but I won't be able to afford it. There's no way. So, yeah. Okay. So one thing that we need to update is the spawn room here. It's right now it's just the Enceladus one, which is kind of a problem. The required rooms will be fine. But I think I need to add a variable to the regions table that specifies which room is the starting room. So I'm gonna do that. So we're just gonna say in here, starting room. And we're just gonna go ahead and load it. So that's gonna be res scenes. Let's just search for starting room. What do I even call it? Oh, room start. Okay, I'll just copy it. The path. Whatever. Alright, so then we can just specify in here which room is actually going to be the starting room. So then for Tephra, for level 0, we will set that to a different room. So yeah, for Tephra, I have it all sorted in just the Tephra folder, which I think is better. I kind of wish I did that for Enceladus, but it's okay. It's too late. I'm going to duplicate this, and this is going to be Tephra room start. Alright. How's the game going? Yeah, I mean, it's going good. I just... not good enough for me to afford anything, though. It's fine. Okay, so that'll go in there. Alright, now we can go modify. Okay, let's get the Tephra tile set on here. Well, bam! It's gonna break everything, that's okay. Yeah, Italy is a good place. Saw photos on Google Images. Yeah. I mean, it's probably not bad. I just wouldn't want to move that far away from everybody I've ever known, though. So, you know, because it's a pretty big move. Hey, off the rails. What's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Okay, that's 8 pixels or 8 tiles. Okay, so we're just gonna shave 2 off the top here. Little off the top, please. Alright. Now, the water tiles on this, it was, like, in here. I do have these roof tiles. We can see what those look like. I think we're gonna have to change the sprite of the roof tiles because they're kind of really difficult to see. So yeah. Right, because this is what it looks like. It's really tricky. Yeah, I do have a Steam Deck. So we will be testing that out today. What are those? Oh, those are the big tiles. One thing here is I don't have an inner corner for the outside bit, don't I? It's kind of a problem. I'm gonna need that. Well, let's go modify. So here's our tile set. So we need these like outer tiles, but for right, for the inner corners. So let's just copy these ones. It's going slowly. Yeah, still trying to get decent parallax background for my game. Yeah, I got that set up for Starground recently for Tephra. It was kind of janky getting it like... I mean, the reason why it was so difficult, I think, for me was because I'm trying to, like... make it work, like... Wait a minute. Can I just do... Wouldn't this one work as the inner tile? Or no, because it's got to be like... Yeah, no. Never mind. But I had like my parallax stuff kind of on... Wait a minute. No, I think I'm still stupid. Because I think I can just do this. Right? If this is our inner corner. And then just use this one. Right? Yeah, I'm stupid. Okay, we're good. Sorry, I keep losing my train of thought. Yeah, I had a lot of trouble because the way that I set it up for Starground is it's kind of like on the screen. Oh, but it doesn't have that little... It's missing that little corner, which kind of makes it look bad. Maybe I need to put that back in then. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that then. Oops. But the 2D parallax nodes are going to be your friend with that, I think, if you haven't already messed with those. They seem to be pretty good. A little weird getting them working, but, you know, eventually I got it set up. Okay, so this is like the border around the building. So yeah, we're just gonna fill in this little chunk with tan. I know it looks a little odd on the edges of the building, but I don't want to have to add a whole nother set of tiles. And if it looks too odd, we can fix it. That's pretty odd. Okay, we're gonna fix it. Okay. So what we're gonna do instead of using those tiles is just create new ones. Which is literally gonna be this tile, but it's gonna be solid here though. So yeah, we're just gonna copy all those tiles and just fill them in. I guess I only really need these two. Technically speaking, yeah. Just put that right there. Alright, and then also for our ceiling, we've got to make this a different color because it's impossible to see. So I think I'm just gonna do that for now. We'll see what that looks like in game and stuff, but... Alright. Okay. Well, that'll work, I think. I might make this pillar a little smaller, just so we can walk in between it. And let's just hide all these layers for a second. Just so I can actually get the base stuff done. Go away, taskbar. Okay. It would be cool if it had the pattern. And it's gonna have to go up, isn't it? Well, it's fine if it's just like a little short guy. It doesn't really matter. Sure. Something kind of like that looks okay, I think. Then we will rebake. I'll click make unique on that one. Bake. All right. Let's create these tiles. Boom, boom. Then we got to paint and physics layer 0. It's physics layer 1 for. Oh, I think that was for water, but we don't use that in Tephra. There's no water. I think that's everything in here. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. What's up, Adagon? Welcome in. How's it going? Alright, now we can paint. Set that to like 5 or something. Officially done with university, let's go. Congrats, yeah. That's awesome. What are your plans for post-graduation? Fill this in. And those. Then also the big tiles. Boom, boom, boom. Is our full-time work next? Yeah. It's cool stuff. Are you looking for, I presume, a computer science job? Alright, there's those tiles. What's this alternative tile? I don't think I use that for anything. Alright, now we can replace these ones, the inner corners, so they don't look stupid. And... oh, I guess we also probably need the other corner. I mean, that one doesn't look that bad or anything. It's not a big deal. It's a little janky. Yeah, we're okay for now. Yeah, computer science, not game dev spirit. Yeah, since job searching there would not go well. Property management. Okay, nice. Yeah, we were just talking about that a minute ago, how difficult it is to actually find a job with game development. It's kind of really hard. But yeah, that's probably the play, honestly. It's just keep it as like a hobby and do something a little easier. But oh, it's cool though. I'm gonna keep trying. Hopefully. I mean, Starground's making money, so it's not like it's impossible, but it's gonna be tricky. But yeah, it's cool stuff though. Let's see. Alright. That's looking pretty good there. Now we have to do the walls. I don't remember how long the walls were. So let's go see. Actually, can I just copy it? And then... it probably won't let me copy. That's okay. I think if I copy this, it's just gonna not work. Oh, it does work. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Cool. Okay, that does have all the tiles. Good, good. Then just paste it in there. Boom. All right, so this will be the new starting room for Tephra. Save that. Now if we go into the regions table, should be set already. Cool. All right. Yeah, anyways, I forgot to say what we're doing, but we're working on the new Tephra dungeon today. I also got a email from Steam about Steam Deck stuff. Like, they did a test, a Steam Deck compatibility review. So I need to fix a couple things. We're probably going to work on that today. I got my Steam Deck over there so we can test it. But hopefully we can get full verified for Steam Deck. I wonder how they choose what games get reviewed, because it's not like I submitted a request or anything. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just random, but I don't actually know. Oh yeah, I didn't actually set up the code to use the room. Jeez. Yeah, I wonder if they... Maybe it's not random. Don't wait up popularity. Yeah, I would assume that's probably what they do. And I also wonder if, like, for games with lots of wish lists, if they do the review before the game is released, which could be, I don't know. Maybe they reach out in those cases, you know, who knows. I'm sure you could probably also reach out yourself to Steam support and ask, but I don't know. Okay, it's a dungeon instead of doing that other starting room. I'm gonna say that. So we're gonna get rid of that. We have region data. So region data at index, rooms at index, dungeon level at index, starting room. And that should be it there. Let's go make sure that works. Send a text message to Gaben, yeah. He does have he just lets anybody email him, right? Which is crazy. God. PZ detected, yeah. Yeah, I've added some new music. A lot more game soundtracks and stuff. Just so I don't go as insane when I'm programming. More variety. Plants vs. Zombies is really fun. I really do love the first one, but I feel like everyone after that has kind of sucked, which is too bad. 2 is okay. I mean, like, 2 is good, but it's just, you know, it's a mobile game. It's got all the garbage. You know, paid $20 million to... Oh yeah, we gotta fix the other layers, but it's working. I wish it was also for PC, but, well. I never really liked any of the Garden Warfare ones, you know? I mean, they were okay, but it just felt, like, odd. I don't think it really felt like Plants vs. Zombies. Alright, cool. This should be working. Ah, help me! Okay. I should have also checked it for the regular one, but I'm sure it's fine. 1 is better as a full experience. 2 is better content, worse overall story, mobile stuff. Yeah. 3 is bad. We don't discuss 3. Yeah, I totally agree though. That's exactly how I feel about them, right? Like 1 is like the best journey. Like just like the atmosphere and story-wise that it kind of has. Which, you know, atmosphere, I mean, it is like an arcadey kind of game, but, you know. But yeah, 2, I wish there was 2 for PC, because that'd be kind of fun. But, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, 3. Did 3 even come out? Because I know it's... Okay, it looks like it finally did. Maybe? It's been taken down 5 months ago. Okay. Well, maybe it's not out anymore. Zuma? I've never... What is Zuma? Zuma Deluxe? Is this it? Whoa. It's got the same menu layout. I feel like I've seen this before. Yeah, I've never played it. Is it like a tower defense thing? Looks like it. So AWZ, welcome in. I am using a Godot 4.41. But this is, or 4.4.1. But it's a special build of the engine. This is using the Godot Steam multiplayer build. So you can get it here. Yeah, that's the multiplayer up here. Kind of tower defense, but you're only one tower? Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Man, PopCap. What's PopCap even doing these days? They still doing Garden Warfare stuff? Okay. Man. Let's see new stuff. Battle for Neighborville. Okay. Godot's updating too fast. 4.5's in Dev 3. Dev 3 already? I just was looking at that. Well, Dev 2 is only on the 8th. Is there 4.5? Oh, that just... Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, it's insane how fast Godot's update. I'm all for it. I think it's great. Yeah, 10 minutes ago, man. Do you guys play multiplayer shooter games? Yeah, I used to play a lot of Call of Duty and stuff when I was younger. I'll play some CS every once in a while. I'm not like a huge FPS guy, but, you know, I'm familiar. I've played enough. CS2 is kind of fun every once in a while. But yeah, to me, I think it's probably one of my favorite shooters for PC. But yeah. Yeah, I don't really play any of the Call of Duty stuff anymore. I don't know. It just got too expensive. And then I started to realize it's all the same game every single time, so... can you react to my game? I have a showcase on YouTube. You're welcome to send a YouTube link if you got a video. Give me some tips. You look professional. Well, I appreciate it. I think some of the big things is like, I guess specifically for Twitch, I would say like, spend the time to, you know, personalize things and kind of automate things too. I made a Twitch overlay, you know, so that's how we have the little audio thing and, you know, the funny chair over there. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, I don't know, other tips. What would be other tips? I don't know, I guess do you want tips specifically about like Twitch stuff or just game development? Yeah, we gotta read through this. This is epic. It's always really fun reading these because it's like, just there's so much epic stuff. I've played shooters, generally don't enjoy them. Yeah, movement shooters are more fun to me than precision shooters though. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like them in small doses. I'm not an FPS kind of gamer. It's just, I don't know. I personally, I don't really like games so much that rely on like reaction times and just, you know, I don't know, competing so hard, right? Honestly, the kind of games that I like more are like automation games and stuff, or just any kind of game that's like, you just kind of go at your own pace. I think when I'm playing a game, I'm not playing a game to be competitive and game hard. I'm playing it to relax. So yeah, we can take a look at this video. Point 3.
The summit aims to address key global concerns, including energy security and environmental sustainability.
Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty solid tech demo for just like first-person stuff.
For those commuting today, expect delays in several major highways due to ongoing construction work. Authorities advise drivers to plan their routes accordingly.
Yeah, I'd say there's probably only a few things I would say here. I would say like the depth of field I don't think works very well for an indoor scene. I would probably disable that. A lot of people don't like depth of field anyways. I also think some of the models are, like a lot of these models are pretty high res models, but then like the toilet and the table are very low poly. So if you're, the whole thing with horror is immersion, right? You've got to make sure people stay immersed, and stuff like this will break that. So just make sure everything's very consistent. Dot in the air is a bit weird. Where is that? Oh yeah, the little dots. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think those are really necessary. But this is a good base for sure. Also, we got ads starting in 1 minute. I do apologize. But yeah, no, I mean, this is looking pretty good. I could see this being a pretty good foundation for horror stuff. Yeah, like same with that washer. It's weird because like you have like all these high-res knobs and stuff, but then the glass is like really low poly. So I would just get an, you know, take another pass over stuff like that. Stick to a style. I would say either you go with like the high fidelity, you know, detailed style, or with low poly. Of course, the ad cuts me off, but yeah. Anyways, let's read this. Screen reader support, really? Well, that's pretty cool. Script back tracing. So, okay, so it just lets you print which functions came from what on the stack. Yeah. It's interesting. That's kind of useful. Spectre section toggles. Oh, that's cool. So you can just like disable a whole swath of options. And I presume that's something that you can get set up in your own nodes and stuff. So that's actually really cool. Yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch of fixes and stuff. Threat safety object signals. Project manager. But yeah, that's cool. It's always just the little things like that that to me are the best, you know? The big flashy stuff are, you know, is always cool, but like just minor stuff like that is so useful and practical when you're actually programming. It's kind of awesome. I mean, being able to do that stuff is super cool. Just check off a whole section and then it's disabled. That's kind of nice. I can think of a lot of places I could use that, so. Yeah, sorry for getting ads right now, AWZ, but Yeah, thanks for watching my showcase and for the information you gave. No problem at all. I'm gonna wait to respond until the ad is over, just in case you're locked in. Alright. So let's see, we got the... Hey, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. For required rooms, well that was just the starting room. We still need to do the Tephra exit room and then the Tephra boss room. Okay, ads are over. Sorry everybody about that. Yeah, sorry for the ad timing, that was bad, but yeah, hopefully I was able to give some useful feedback. I think just stick with the consistent style. I think low poly is fine, and you know, high fidelity is fine. HD textures, they're both good. It's just be consistent, because it's very distracting when something doesn't fall in with the style. But otherwise, I think it's looking pretty good. Seems like the player controller is doing good. So yeah. I can't think of much else I would add. That's probably pretty much it. But yeah. Keep it up. Okay. Let's lower the decoration drop rates, because it's pretty easy to do. Loot table. So, I'm probably going to make the coins even a little more common, and just make it more common for nothing. So hopefully that'll be rare enough. I really don't want decorations to just drop a million things, so... Those are all fine. Okay. Just wanted to see about overlays. We'll have to do that now. I do want to move the water shader thing that we have over to the player. The only issue with that is we have to do kind of the same code with the offset stuff. We'll take a look at that and see if it's something we can reasonably do. I don't think it'd be too bad. We just have to add a like a position offset thing to it. How it is right now with the water overlay for Tephra, not Tephra, Tyria, is that it's just kind of, you know, here physically in the world, and it's kind of bad. I want to make it so that it does, like, it's attached to the player, kind of how we just set up the other shaders. And I think I can just do that here with the UV, right here, UV. I think I can just say, hey, you know, because we're already getting global position anyways. We're honestly pretty close to what we want. So I think I'm gonna cut it. We're gonna go back into the player and we're gonna add it here. So we have these nodes in here. So this is gonna be centered, not this big. I think the other ones are 1280. Yeah. Minus 1280 divided by 2. Alright. So it's already, like, fine. We just have to, change things around. Zooming might be a little quirky with it. We'll see on that. Okay, so normally what it's doing is saying visible will be global.show underwater effect. So we're gonna have to change that around now. I think I have variables for knowing whether the player is underwater or not. So we're gonna do that. Let's see. Global dot current region dot is. What did I just say? Underwater? We have to look at the regions table. Yeah. So as long as we are on an underwater planet or an underwater region, and global dot show effect overlays, I think is going to be our new variable or a new option. So effect overlays will be true. And then if we go to save user settings, we're going to save it all in here. I'm just going to get rid of this show underwater effect thing. Okay. So we're going to do that. Load user settings. All right. So now I'm just going to make sure that we actually have show effect overlays on. Cool. Now I'm going to say if that water overlay is visible, I'm going to set the parameter. I'm going to set the position. And there's going to be some code we're definitely going to have to change. So we will have to do that. Because now anywhere where I've mentioned water overlay is going to be broken. Which is only like 4 places, but still. So like this one, show, yeah, water overlay. We need to get rid of that now. So this is just going to be global dot show effect overlays, right? Okay. Then in the options, let's rename that button. Right here, show underwater effect. Show effect overlays. Okay. So we should be good there. Then where else do we mention it, right? Yeah, we do it here in this toggle underwater thing. Okay, so we do have a player is underwater variable, so it's pretty easy to do then. So then let's just go check, make that only visible if we're underwater and player is underwater. Pretty easy. And this script can go away now. All right, so the other thing that we're going to have to modify for this is making it so it follows the camera in world space, which I think should be pretty easy. We just have to go here. We'll add a new uniform. It's uniform position, right? It's going to be a type of vec2. And by default, it'll be back to 0. Okay. Now, all we're going to do is basically exactly what we did in the fog shader. If we go to that. Alright, we have position. So offset's going to be this, divided by texture resolution. So if we go back to water overlay. Water effect. Oops. And offset will be that divided by 512. And I think we're pretty much good to go then. So on UV, I'm just going to plus offset. And that should work, hopefully. So like if we go in here and we move this, you can see it like move across. Seems like it's working pretty well. We'll have to really see. But yeah. This should all work, I hope. Let's load it up and see. And I don't think I've mentioned it anywhere now, the water overlay, so we should be okay code-wise. Alright, let's try it out. It's not happy. Oh, it's because this. I messed with the water overlay here. Let's just not do that. I thought I got everywhere where I said water overlay. Guess I just missed that one. I think that's the only one. Yeah. Let's try it again. Okay. So hopefully this will look right. Let's zoom in. Let's just make sure we're all good with everything else. I also need to make sure the starting room here is fine. Yeah, we're good. We got the fog. Okay. So now if we go ahead and teleport to Tyria, which we can't on this save, and since we're technically on multiplayer, it's all over. Awesome. Let's go on this save. Ugh. Alright. So let's teleport to Tyria. See what happens. So far, so good. Position stuff seems odd. I'm not sure why. But it looks like it's changing too much. Like if we you know, if we look at this here, you can kind of see where this like wave follows. Seems like it's moving too fast or something. Because it should kind of stay the same. Like if there's a bump right there, that should stay there when I move. So that's definitely a little odd. Oh, you know, I think it's because I'm multiplying it by the wrong value. I think the issue is that I'm multiplying it by, you're dividing by 512. That actually needs to be the size of the node, which is 1280. I think. because this is in world space, so it's got to be not the texture size, but the size that it's actually displayed at. Let's go make sure. Oh man, my back kind of hurts. I don't know what I did. Oh, where's my Star Launcher? There we go. Yeah, that's working as intended, I believe. I think that looks pretty good. It can be hard to tell. Because you also have the movement happening at the same time, so it's like... we could just temporarily disable the movement stuff. Right? Like, just get rid of time. Hey, what's up, Season? How's it going? Thank you for the cheese time. Let's do that. So this should not animate anymore. Let's just make sure. It should look like nothing's happening. Or that, like, the effect is just in the world, yeah. Gifting gifts for a friend. Yo. It's from Master Prom too. Yeah. Hello, Susan. How's it going? What have you been up to? It's time to save 100,000 points, yeah. Huh. Did I break it? I don't see any effects, guys. So what did I do? I think I did break it. No, it still looks like it's warped in here. Well, I guess if I can't tell, then maybe it is working. Not much, just giving my gamer heart out and work. Yeah. I feel it. Cool. Yeah, I've been just busy with Starground. Messing with shaders. Trying to get this update ready to go. Got until May 16th. How many days is it until then? Okay. We still got a few weeks. So we'll probably be okay. Yeah, I guess if I can't tell that it's being applied, then that means it's working, right? I mean, I don't see any distortion, though. I mean, do you guys? Okay, it's definitely visible. Oh, there is distortion. You can see it. It's just very minor, but you can see it warp. Okay, so it is working. I think it's just, yeah, we don't have the time variable set now, so we can go ahead and do that. Now I'm going to put these into parentheses just to make sure that I know it's doing what I expect. So that's going to be refraction stretch. Yeah, plus time times speed. Should be fine. times speed. Yeah. I do wonder, though, if I need to add the offset after all that happens, right? I don't know. Refraction offset's going to be... No. Am I too late? I might be okay. All right, stream randomly stopped again, guys. I don't know what's happening with that. I really don't. But we're back. Man, I don't know why that happens. It's kind of annoying because it creates another stream every time. Another VOD, I think. The stream stopped for a minute. For some reason, my OBS will just randomly disconnect. I don't know what it is, though. The only thing I can think of is that it's something with my computer or it's something with my router. And then what sucks is that it forces another ad to go. Seems like it always happens. I'm gonna look at Event Viewer and just see if anything, like, happened to my computer when that happened. I mean, I really doubt it. But maybe something's up here. Yeah, it's frustrating because I just don't know what it's doing. Also, you know, I think I can, because it's doing all this stuff. I think this is where I want to add my offset. All right, let me see if it shows anything in here. At 450. Windows started downloading an update. Windows started installing the update. It failed to install the update. Okay, so what's happening, I think, is that Windows is updating something randomly, and then it just fails to update it. So, what is it? Why? Why is it doing that? I mean, I'm up to date. I don't know. That's off. I don't have that on during active hours, and my active hours are 2 p.m. to 8 a.m. So I should be okay. I don't know. It might just be my computer then. It's definitely odd, though. There's ads again. Okay, so let's get rid of this offset in here. Okay, so that does not work. Oh, it does work. It just was like updating or something. Weird. So now if I move over here. Oh, but it's moving the screen texture, which is the problem. Yeah, we don't want that. We just want refraction offset. Can I just say refraction offset plus offset? So now if I do it in here, it doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, so that's not doing what I want. We have refraction strength. Yeah, maybe I'm probably doing it in the right spot. I think it's just, I'm probably just crazy. Because it seems like it's good here. It is tiling and moving in the proper way, I think. Yeah. So I'm just gonna leave it there. Let's also just make sure that we're not subtracting that. I don't know. No, we're saying plus offset. So I think we're fine. I think we're fine, guys. I think I'm just crazy. I think it was actually working just fine. Hey, Cheese Lord, welcome in. Sorry, we got ads right now. Hopefully, I don't know if you're getting one or not, but I will respond once the ads are over. So, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go test this again. It's probably fine. I'm probably just seeing things, you know? It's probably not real. And, you know, this is kind of a nebulous, watery shader anyways, like... What's happening? I must have messed something up. Maybe that's my problem. I think it didn't have an ad. Oh, okay, you don't have ads. Nice. But yeah, they're over anyways. So yeah, how did I learn Godot programming? I don't know. It was honestly just kind of messing around a lot. The documentation was really helpful. I never like took a course or anything in Godot language, you know, so it wasn't really that hard. Knowing all these other languages, you know, it's kind of like easy to just jump into, but definitely like read the documentation because it's super helpful. And I think there's some good videos and stuff on YouTube that are kind of helpful, you know. So I would take a look at some couple kinds of videos. I wouldn't I probably wouldn't recommend like the big massive like, you know, learn how to make a game in 1 hour or whatever, 4 hours, because it's just too big. There's too much. So I wouldn't recommend that. But I think it's fine to watch tutorials and stuff if it's just like a small little thing. You know, if you have like a specific problem or something that you want to solve, I think that's fine to do with the video, right? So I would recommend it for that kind of thing. If you're like making a player or something and you need to know like, how do I make the camera follow or something, right? Then I think that works. But yeah, I just wouldn't recommend like the big crazy ones. Yeah, something's definitely not right with this shader. It's so hard to tell, but like when I'm moving to the right, I feel like it's animating faster than when I move to the left. Or something. There's something weird, I feel like. I don't know. And then it's also like a question of, should I even have it move with the position of the player? Or does it make more sense as a screen space shader? I think I had that issue though before where if it's just on the screen, then when you move, like everything gets distorted a lot. So it looks kind of bad. I feel like I need to compare this against what it normally looks like. Here, let's just open up here. Yeah, more of a visual learner. Yeah, that's totally fair. I would say YouTube videos are probably going to be the best way to learn then. So yeah, that's what I recommend. Could debug about how many frames milliseconds uses when turning. Yeah, it's really tricky to debug shaders because you can't like print out values or anything. Like everything is visual, you know, so it's like... Yeah, this feels better, doesn't it? Hey, Rudy boy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Yeah, what were you up to today on your stream? What's going on? We are currently messing around with the shader stuff. It seems like it always falls back to this eventually. Yeah, we got this like water effect overlay on this underwater planet from my game Starground. I'm just trying to figure out like how... I'm getting it set up so that it follows the player and it gets offset according to the player's position, but it's been a little tricky. It's been streaming for 13 hours, so yeah. Well, we gotta go get food or sleep, anything, totally welcome to. Looks like, thank you very much, yeah. It's coming along. We are kind of just tying up some loose ends right now. Our sort of overarching goal has been working on a new dungeon. The planet's Tephra. I can show you what that's got going on. It's kind of like a desert planet. So this is Tephra. Yeah, this is coming along. I just got to keep grinding out enemies and stuff here, and shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, I'm just getting a little water shader fixed right now. I gotta figure that out. I just don't know what exactly it is. Like, what's causing it to be weird. Because you can see, like, it's so hard to tell. If you don't really know what the shader looks like normally, it's basically impossible. But it's, like, not moving properly. So I think I have to take a look at this shader code and try and modify it so I can make it reliable. Because what we have is we have the noise map, and this is basically just the effect that gets cast to the screen. We have the refraction strength, right? And then refraction stretch, which I guess just lets me stretch out the, yeah. So like we could do thin little vertical waves like that if we want, or we could go the opposite route, right, and do like horizontal waves like that. Which is all fine and dandy and stuff, but I just want to get this set up properly though. Oops. So let's see what we can do here. And then this is the screen texture. Okay. So this is getting the global position, which makes sense. So offset is just going to be our position divided by the node size, which is fine. I think the issue is coming down to here, because we're saying UV times, and the issue with that is, it's going to be funny. So that's just creating sort of like a texture that overlays on top, basically. So honestly, I think what would be really helpful here for figuring out what the issue is comment that out. And just say colored RGB is refraction offset. And I think that'll help me just see what the texture's doing, right? So now we can actually see the texture. And we can see what happens when I increase the position and stuff, right? Should be moving around. I can also go ahead and just reset the speed. Set it to 0 for now. Just to make sure it's not moving around. Alright, so that's just moving it according to world space. I mean, it feels like it should be fine, you know? But I don't know. Hate how this is formatted. So this is saying refraction stretch plus time times speed, I think. Let's see. I didn't make this shader, so it is a little funny. And see there's like weird stuff here, like this refraction offset minus 0.5. I think that's our issue here. Reflection will move with increased refraction strength. I'm not gonna set that. I think that might be causing our issue. Okay, well all that's doing is just basically decreasing the color. So that doesn't matter then. Okay. So I'm just getting the screen texture, screen UV, minus refraction offset. I have a feeling it has to do with this plus time thing that's causing issues. Right? If I set the speed really slow. I don't know. It's so hard to tell what the issue is here. I'm currently working on some shader stuff. So this is the water overlay shader that we have. But it's being definitely a little funny. I also realized that this has like really high noise, which let's make it not have that. Alright, this shouldn't have so many octave. It's water after all, right? I'll help it look less grainy. So essentially what this shader is doing is it's following the player's screen, right? And I'm setting the position of the player in here to offset it so it looks like it's stationary and in the world. And you know, it's almost working, but things are just a little weird. So I'm just trying to figure that all out.
Starground Game of the Year at the awards.
Thank you, Robbie. We'll see, we'll see. So what this is saying is the UV, which we get up here, which is all good, global position, times refraction stretch. So that's just saying like, see, I think the issue is that I am, the offset is before this UV stuff gets changed. And I think that's kind of my issue. I think I need to move offset over to here, right there, so that it gets applied to the modified UV instead of the one before, if that makes sense. So now when I move the position around, should still be moving. Okay, but it's being weird. Yeah, I don't know now why it's not going. I don't know why it's running mod here, right? Mod 1. To me, it doesn't seem to make any sense. Okay, is it just because it's not... But that doesn't... Yeah, why don't we just make it tile? So refraction map... repeat enabled. Right, there we go. Then make it seamless, which it is, yeah. And I'll probably increase the resolution of this image now to 1024 or something. Let's make it a little less large or less small. And I think I need to up this seamless blend. Yeah, there we go. It's looking way better now. Okay, so that's what we got now. But yeah, it seems like it's still a little funky. Because changing the position is not actually changing the position for some reason. It seems like it's just making it brighter. Like it's multiplying color values. Oh, I think I see what's up here. I need to do plus offset there. Because I think I was modifying the color. So now if I change it around, yeah, that seems to fix it. So if we go back to 0, right, here's our thing. Let's disable the other one so we can see. Now if I increase these values, if I move 16 pixels over 32 or 64, you can start to see what it's doing. Yeah. So I think that fixes our issues. Yeah, hopefully that should be good then. Because then that's affecting the base offset without the time and stuff messing it up. So we can set speed back to what it should be now. And yeah, I think we're good. Screen texture stuff, repeat enable. Cool. Well, let's give that a try now. Yeah, I don't know what I guess the modding was for tiling. That's probably from an older time when Godot didn't have like texture tiling or something. So yeah. What features does Godot have that optimize the game? Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can increase FPS in Godot. I mean, a lot of optimization stuff in Godot just comes down to your own ability to, you know, decrease the amount of computation. I think it really depends on the kind of game also. Like 2D games, the only way that you run into performance issues is if you do things too much on the CPU, right? Usually it's always a CPU bottleneck. That's like having too many nodes or just processing too many things. But if you have a 3D game, you can just disable different effects and stuff. In Godot, there's all these, you know, rendering effects. So there is like occlusion culling and stuff built in. Then yeah, there's lights and shadow stuff. You can mess with all these different, you know, shadow atlas sizing, and yeah, there's a lot of options in here for messing and tweaking with performance. So I think it runs great. If it ever does run bad, it's usually not the fault of the engine, you know? So. Cool, so this is what our water effect looks like now. That looks pretty good. That looks more watery to me. I mean, we could maybe throw on like 2 octaves of FBM. Just so it's got like a little bit of noise. But I think it was too noisy before. Because then when you would zoom out of the noise, it would like start to look really bad. But now it looks pretty good, I would say. So let's boot the game back up and check it out. Thank you. Yeah, no problem at all. But yeah, I think like it runs pretty well. I wouldn't really worry about performance. And it's not that hard to fix things. Like, there's some things I would be weary of, right? If you have raycasts or something or any physics checking, you probably don't want to do that every single frame. So it's good to kind of lower the amount of times that those happen. Stuff like that, right? But yeah, I've spent a lot of time optimizing Starground just because Starground's kind of a special case. I've honestly never had to optimize any other project just because it's never run bad. So, alright, I hope this works. Looking good so far. I think it's working. It definitely looks maybe a little too small here. We can just increase the scale. The scale of this, the frequency, is basically how insane the effect is going to be, right? So like this is a very small effect, but we could go down to 0.01. Sometimes it's hard to tell the movement stuff, but I think that does look correct. Just because it's also animated and moving around, right? So, yeah, I think that's about where we want it, you know? I want it to be visible enough to, like, tell that it's working. We've also got the refraction strength effect here, right? So this is how strong the effect is. Obviously, that's too strong. Well, so this is actually a really good way to see that, yeah, it's staying in the physical world space. I think. You can see like where these waves are. It looks like it's fine. Yeah, it's really hard to tell when it's animated, but I think we're good. So now we just want to go ahead and lower that. It changes rapidly right there. And then I don't want to go too insane. I think by default it's 0.01, which I think feels like a pretty good strength. It's not too in your face, right? I guess our option is we could increase the frequency or like make it larger, but then we increase the strength. So that like we get that sort of effect, right? So that is 0.01, maybe we go to 0.02. I know Unity has fixed updates / late update functions. Yeah, Godot has the same thing. There's like a physics process event. So that's basically just gonna run every 60 frames or whatever, regardless. It's like a fixed rate. I think Unity also has that. It's like yeah, it's like a fixed update thing. So that's one thing that you can do. It's also just good to use that for physics stuff because you can be confident that like everything's in sync. You know, what else does Godot have? I don't know, that's just some of the things I can think of. Name for a log. Grumbo. Name for a log. Like a log is in like a wood log? It's Grumbo? Okay. Man. There's also different kinds of effects in here, right? There's this ridged one, which is kind of funky. A wood log. Oh, Loch Ness Monster is pretty good. That's a good one. Yeah. Ridged ping pong. This one's pretty funky. You know, it's got like these little like... It does definitely look like waves, you know what I mean? So I don't know, maybe this is the play. If we just increase the size of it. Like this, right? So now there's like waves that roll across the screen. But the only issue is sometimes there's like harsh cutoffs with this. Like you can see like a weird distortion right here. So that's kind of the only issue. So this is what it looks like with higher octaves. It just gets more noisy. But it does help smooth out some of the sharp bits. I think ridged is pretty good because it seems like it's got like the waves, but it doesn't, I don't think it gets cut off too bad. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. It's also like weighted strength and stuff. I don't even know what that really does. Gain. Lacunarity. Whatever that is. I think octave of 2 is pretty good. And then set this back to 0.001. Maybe up it a little more. Like around there. Fraction strength to 0.15, maybe? I mean, that looks like water to me. What do you guys think? Name a hive? Beeble. Like spelled like this. Beeble. Yeah, Beeble. Yeah. Oh, is it not a... No, it's still on seamless tile. Oh. Just trying to figure out why sometimes there's like that really sharp bit in the texture, right? I mean, it doesn't look terrible or anything, but maybe it's because it's got mid maps. That shouldn't really matter. Well, it's definitely got a sharp line when seamless is off, so let's make sure seamless is on. I don't know, maybe we just up the frequency and lower the strength. So just go like 0.004. But see, now it's really tiny. I kind of don't like how tiny it is. Maybe middle ground, 0.003. And then lower the strength back to 0.001. I feel like that's pretty nice, you know? When you're zoomed out, which I presume most people are going to be playing that way. I think it looks pretty good. I just like the wave. The noise is fine and all, but it just kind of... I don't know, the waves are cool because you get these like cascading like waves in the water, so... I think that's more probably what we want. And yeah, the effect is subtle enough still. I don't think it's like too annoying, which is good. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Alrighty. Anyways, that's that. Let's mark that down. I'm gonna start adding like sections, right? Additions, changes, fixes, modding, and then also performance. Move all this stuff in. Alright. What notepad is that? Yeah, this is Obsidian. Obsidian is pretty good. I've enjoyed using it. I used to just use Notepad++, but, you know, Obsidian is just better. It's... I really like how it's kind of laid out and stuff. You know, you can have, like, folders, and there's a lot that I don't even use. You can have, like, crazy stuff like this, right? You can have these like graphs of things and like how things are related to each other. It's really cool. Yeah, there's some really awesome stuff with Obsidian. And you can also get plugins and all that stuff, and yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, graphs, links. So it's like you can link things to each other. Yeah, plugins. Canvas. Which is really cool. The canvas like lets you have like notes and then throw images in and stuff, right? So it basically kind of works like a Miro or something. It's basically just like a board that you put things onto. But yeah, canvases are really cool. I don't remember how to create a canvas. Here we go, create a canvas. But these are cool, because what you can do is just like, boom. I've got the notes that I have written down here, right? And now it's on a canvas. So I can break this stuff up into like I could add a new card here or whatever, and this has some stuff, and you can drag arrows, and it's a really cool way to organize things. I don't really use it a whole lot, because usually for this stuff I'm using Miro, but it's cool though. Really the only thing I think you get out of the premium is just the ability to sync it with like mobile. I think it's just the sync thing. Okay, so these are the options. Sync notes, and then encryption, version history, collaborate on shared vaults, which is actually really cool, and priority support. And then publish notes to the web, customizable theme. So this is basically for having a Obsidian website. So, yeah. And there's some other ones here. I guess these are more optional. This one's become a featured organization. So yeah. But it's cool. Yeah, because that's another thing that I love about it is like, you don't really need the sync stuff unless you're using it on your phone. So it's great. Otherwise, it's completely free. And you know, I think that's totally fine. For a networking thing where you have to pay for servers to sync the data, I think a subscription model is completely fine. Because you kind of have to. You know, if you're going to maintain the servers and stuff. So I think it's good. You were telling me about it? Yeah, no problem. To replace my Notepad and Trello? Yeah. I used to use Trello, but man, this is so much better. And especially if you're the only one using it, you don't even have to pay for the online thing, you know, the sync. So it's just easy. It's nice to have it all in one program. Because it's great, right? Like it's good for like writing out paragraphs and writing things, but then it's also good for like, with the canvas stuff, just like organizing images and different ideas and stuff. Because I think you can just drag an image on here, which is really nice. So you can keep everything kind of organized, right? So like I could drag this on here, right? And then now it's like I can organize my thoughts in like a visual way, which is really good. It's a lot like Miro, but the fact that you can also merge it into your note-taking app is cool. So yeah. I don't know. I think you probably can. I bet if you like formatted it, I think like this, yeah, you can put code in here like this. Godot has this, or Discord has this same thing where you can like format. So for example, I could say this is type GLSL, right? And then it'll like show me. So yeah, you can kind of do like code stuff in here. You know, I probably wouldn't program in here. I mean, it's probably better to use VS Code or something, but I guess you could view VS Code files in here probably. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know like how far you can go with it. But here's the thing also is that it's got plugins, right? So I think if you wanted to program in here, there's probably a plugin to do it. It's nice though, because with this little thing, it lets you copy it really easily, right? You just, bam, now you can copy code. So you could even put like little code snippets in here or something that you use all the time if you wanted to, you know? And then just be like, boom. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot you could do with it. I think it's kind of like up to the user to decide how far to go with it, you know what I mean? Like, I think with all the plugins and stuff, you can go insane with it. Yeah, there's slides, unique note creator, workspaces, which are cool. Publish, random note, which is kind of fun. Format converter. Audio recorder, which is actually really cool. You can just record audio in here. I might actually enable that. And then there's all these community plugins, right? There's a bunch. You can just browse all the community ones. There's a million of them. Templates, tasks, right? So that's kind of more like Trello kind of thing. Calendars, Kanban, style stuff, Git. You can integrate Git version control. I don't know how that works, but That's cool. I guess maybe just Git for Obsidian? That's probably what it is. Later, Omni search. Advanced slides, recent files, homepage, tag wrangler. But yeah, there's just a million of them, right? That's pretty cool. Text generators, checklist stuff. Yeah. Image in editor. Anyways. It's cool though. So, what else have I done in here? I haven't fixed that yet. I also do have to say, move the water overlay to be a player overlay instead of in the world. And then for changes, slightly changed the appearance of the Tyria water overlay. Why is my monitor in there blue? Hold on 1 second, guys. We're good. My server decided to restart for some reason. Wonder if I can change Notepad to this as a default app. You probably can. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. I'm pretty sure, I mean, it uses markdown files, but I think you can just open a text file in it probably. So, I don't know. Could try it out. I still use Notepad++ just for regular old text files. But Obsidian is definitely nice for like to-do lists and stuff, and probably a lot of different kinds of text files too. Okay. Let's see here. What do we want to work on next? We do need to fix the Tephra start room. It's all broken, so let's do that maybe. Yeah, I really shouldn't have any decals here. So let's just delete all those. And spawnable, right? That's all fricked up. We gotta completely redo that. Nothing's really gonna be spawning here, but it's still good to do it just anyways, you know. You never know. Maybe somebody will add a mod or something that spawns in enemies. Fix the edges there. Okay. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, maybe one more layer here. All right. Then that's the spawnable. Now for breakables, we're gonna... Oh god, I moved the brazier. We're gonna do the exact same thing. Let's just whomp, delete everything and rebuild it. It's like drawing pixel art, guys. Oh, Friday. I think we are good to go. So that's that, and then the foreground stuff. Get out. Oh god. Get out of here. Okay. Should be good to go now. Collision stuff is looking pretty good. Okay. So that room is done forever. Now we gotta do the exit room, which right now is pretty, it's just the Enceladus one, so we gotta change that. So let's just duplicate it. Call this Tephra exit. Move that into the Tephra folder. Tephra exit. Now let's modify this one. For this one, let's check on the tile set. Foreground, delete. Decals, delete. Then all these random bits on the outside, let's delete those. Alright. Do I still have that wall pasted? I do. Let's freaking go. That makes it very easy. Just paste a couple walls down here. Sick. Let's fix the walls here. Something like that. Alright. Now we just got to do the edges here. Bing, bing. Bam, bam. Inner corner. Outer corner. Okay. Left wall. Top wall. Actually, these are going to need to change, aren't they? Because this is 8 away, and this is... Nope, we're good. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Now we fill in with plain floor tiles. Just like so. And before we recalculate, I think we're just going to keep this as like an iconic, you know, exit icon, iconography. So we're just going to build this again. Let's see. See, I think I need that one. Yeah. Boom. Give it a wall. Now that is a little too big, I think. So we're gonna shrink it up. Yeah, that's better. Oh, I'm gonna have to do different tiles. Oh well. Oopsies. Okay, so this one... Let's just start doing all of them. Oh wait, no, this will be the long side, so that'll go there. And likewise there. Song goes too hard, guys. It's funny how like sometimes the music will like, I don't know, play the same song over and over. I know, or the same theme. I know that it's actually random. It's probably just a psychological thing, you know? Like, another Plants vs. Zombies song? It must be just playing Plants vs. Zombies. I know it's not, but... Hey, Caraver, welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to? Alright, we're almost ready to go here. Put that one there. That one there. Boom. Check it out, gamers. Now if we rebake, yeah. Struggling with Git? Yeah. What issues are you running into right now? Okay, set the scattering. Now we're gonna go fill in the floors. Why is it not? Oh, good scattering. I don't know why those tiles are transparent. You have to fix that. Okay. There we go. I think that room is looking pretty good. I don't think there's anything else in here that it needs. Actually, we are gonna need to mess with like the decals and stuff. So let's maybe do that. Let's give that a gap. I've noticed that in the past, the exit rooms have never spawned in decorations, but I think it would be kind of cool if they did. So I think I'm going to make them do that. Hear all the Tyria bubbles. Alright. I think that pattern is fine. And just to be safe, I'll copy it with spawnable also. Just in case I ever want something to spawn in one of these rooms, I won't have to go back through and actually do it all again. I doubt it's ever going to happen, but you never know. I think that's everything. Okay. Alright. Would be good. Oh, man. Just trying to think if there's anything I missed here. Well, anyways, this is gonna have, this is gonna spawn in decorations. So this is room exit. Which, this just inherits dungeon room. I'm not really sure why it's not generating decorations then. Yeah, how does it decide, like, I don't want to generate decorations? Is it just because it's the exit tag? I'm not sure. We'll have to figure that out. Tried amending to an already merged commit from another branch. Oh, yeah. Realize I should have meant after merging. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. That's how you end up with Git conflicts. And conflicts are scary and bad. But yeah, that's why it's usually best to... I don't know, it can be tricky dealing with branches and stuff. If you're doing stuff solo, honestly, I'd probably just say don't even bother with branching, but yeah. I think we have an AI now, else I was cooked. Yeah, it's fair. I'm exiting. This doesn't need to be in the dungeon group anymore. I'm trying to think how I can, why this doesn't generate things. Like, where I even run that, you know what I mean? Unless it's like something that gets done in the dungeon or something. I have no idea. Because it should be inheriting, so it should technically be spawning enemies, I think. I just don't know how it's doing it, though. This is quite puzzling. Only work on a single feature bug, then merge to master, you won't have conflicts? Yeah. I think a lot of the issues with branching and stuff or having conflicts with Git is just not doing it enough. You know what I mean? Like, if you're really consistent with it and every time you finish something or you finish a thing in a branch, you merge or commit, then I think you rarely do actually run into issues. Let's see, minus 16. Minus 16. I don't know why it's there. It seems like it's a little off. That's better right there, I think. Yeah, that's what it should be. Branches make it easier to go back. I find I'm far less likely to comment out code from using branches because I can always just switch over to master. Yeah, that's totally fair. I think, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? There's no rules. If it works well for you, then great. Yeah, I just don't want to bother with all the, you know, I don't know, the work involved of learning and setting it up right. I mean, obviously I know how to branch and stuff, but I don't care enough. That could be definitely be helpful. I'm quite puzzled right now because this door should be, unless it like checks in here if it's an exit room. I'm just gonna search in here like exit and see how this is happening. I must be doing something stupid. Like right here? No, that's just loading the exit icon. Right here? No. That's conveyor tunnel stuff. I'm honestly really confused. Because this room does not generate any stuff. Like, it doesn't do decorations or enemies or anything, but it extends dungeon room. So it should be running ready in here. And when we enter the room, it should call start creation, which is going to say on creation, which will generate obstacles, enemies, and decorations. But for some reason, inside of here, it's not working. Or like nothing happens, and I'm honestly confused why. Tree exiting. It's quite peculiar. I mean, I can just go ahead and say function on creation and kind of override what happens. Because that's what I want to do anyways, right? I want to generate obstacles or no obstacles, just decorations. But yeah, it's definitely odd. Anyways, let's go back to the loot table. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing. I just wanted to override its behavior anyways, but it's just weird that it's not running any code. Because if you don't have, like, if you're not purposely overriding stuff, it always inherits from its parent. So it's just weird that it's not. I honestly don't know what's up with that, but it's not a huge deal, I guess. It's just interesting. Okay, so now this is going to be dungeon rooms, Tephra. Exit. And we'll just hide the boss room one for now. Yeah, I guess technically you can generate a dungeon without a boss, which is odd. It's kind of cursed, but it does work. Oh, man. Snooze that ad. Yeah, I'm tired. Okay. Let's go check this out now. So let's just go to Tephra. Zoom limit false. Move speed 3. No clip true. Oh, I'm stupid. I didn't actually, inside of the regions. For the required rooms on Tephra, it's still on Enceladus. I need to swap that over to loot Tephra required. Okay, let's try that again. I don't think inheritance runs the ready function. Ready is only ran when the tree entered signal is emitted. I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, it'll inherit if you have it in the parent event, right? Which I do. In Dungeon Room, there's a ready event here. And I know that it is running because it's doing all the stuff in here, right? But for some reason, it's just not running like start creation and stuff. So the only thing I can think of is that I have like a variable set in here or something, right? But I don't. So I'm not really sure. I must be modifying that somewhere, saying generated is true, maybe inside of the dungeon generation code, which I should just... no, that's the only place I do it. I don't know. That's what's so weird to me or confusing, because it's like, as far as I can tell, it definitely should be working, but it's just not. We'll see what this does. So this should have generated decorations, or at least when we go into it, right? We can see it over there. No clip true. Move speed 3. Oops. Yeah, it's just odd, isn't it? Alright, let's go in. It should... Yeah, see, it does generate the decorations, so I mean, I know that the script is running and inheriting and stuff. Yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? I gotta give these guys like a spawning animation or something, because it's kind of funny how they just like pop in. I'm gonna have to fix that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm quite puzzled. Just trying to think why it just wouldn't call that function. I mean, I guess it's not... Okay, so like... It's not... On creation's getting ran. I just wonder why it doesn't spawn in enemies. Oh, It's because I'm literally just checking and make sure you're not room 0. Okay. I figured it out. Alright. Your game was really cool and satisfying. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, yeah. Yeah, I'm always trying to make it epic. It's a good thing you do with levels. Yeah, with like how I did the inheritance and stuff. It's definitely good. I like this little icon being like the exit icon. I don't know what this icon... what it is, it's the... I don't know, I just randomly made this shape, but it looks like the little overlay when you hover over an item or a building. Like it's got the brackets. I mean... I don't know, it doesn't mean exit. It's just a cool little shape to consistently do, though, I think. Oh. Alright. Well, I think we are good to go with that now. So, yeah, of course we're still going to need a boss room for Tephra, because we don't have one yet. But that's going to be kind of a whole thing, you know? Because I got to make a boss. But at least we have, like, the basic ones, like the starting room and stuff. So that's good. And yeah, we got the exit room now. Yeah, it totally makes sense now. Why it wasn't generating enemies and stuff is just because, yeah, I disabled that purposely on those specific rooms. Pretty sure. Well, that's at least for room 0. Now that I think about it. Oh, it doesn't make any sense. Wait a minute. Because that's only for the starting room. Ooh. You think it'd be in the door script, because it says in here, connection.load room, this thing. But it's not that. I don't know. Well, it works, and that's what matters, right? I will maybe try and find out what the issue is another time. Alright. Now we need to check Enceladus. Everything here should just be fine, but I just want to run through here again and make sure. Make sure there's no weird issues or anything. Everything's looking fine. Boss room is generated. Exit room is right up here. And then I just want to make sure that this is also spawning decorations now. Which it's not. I find that odd. Oh, it's probably because... Oh. Okay, I've discovered new tech. I know why. I'm pretty sure now. The reason it didn't generate any enemies ever is because this exit room does not have tiles set for the spawnable area. That's what's happening. And so that's why it doesn't generate any enemies. It's just because it doesn't even have an area for enemies to be generated. Okay. So if I added these in, theoretically, it would start spawning in enemies. So yeah. I am going to add the spawnable thing now, just because, since I have the script overriding its behavior, I kind of want it to have a spawnable area, just in case, again, right, for modding or something. Not that it would ever happen, but it's just more of a precaution. Delete the spawns in there. And then we can say the same thing for the decorations. Animal music. Animal Crossing music goes hard, guys. Hope one day I can get that good at making music. All right. So that'll spawn in decorations around here now. I think it'll just look cool to have decorations in here because, you know, what's the downside, really? I mean, sure, maybe people get more coins or whatever, but why is that a bad thing? Why not generate decorations? Just adds more ambiance. So I think it's fine. How long have I been working on this? I've been working on Starground since toward the I'd say December of 2023. So it's been like a year and a half now at this point. Little less than a year and a half. But yeah, it's been going pretty good. Honestly, I think progress has been moving really quickly, given the scope of the game. So that's been good. Yeah, we got it up on August of last year, so that was a pretty quick turnaround. It was really only about 8-ish months of development time for early access, so that's pretty good. That's sort of what I was aiming for, so I'm glad it worked out. But yeah, full release probably sometime maybe near the end of the year or something like that. I don't know yet. I don't really have any set dates for that because it's like just kind of whenever it's ready. So cool. Now this is spawning in decorations, which I think that already was, but okay, let's do zoom limit false. Where's the exit room? It's over there. No clip true. No. So I want to make sure it's generating decorations, which it is. And then if we teleport back to the other one, make sure. Yeah, it's a really large game. Yeah, procedural generation is really hard. It is. It's complicated, especially when you throw in multiplayer into the mix on top of everything. It's like, oh man. But I think it's worth it though. It's fun. I mean, I do enjoy working on it. Sometimes it's stressful, you know. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna mark that down as a change then. So, decorations right inside of exit rooms. Yeah, I mean, basically decorations should generate almost everywhere. I think the only place they don't is inside of the boss room, which they could probably also even generate in there, but I just don't have them generating there just so it doesn't clog up the area. Alright, well that's basically the Tephra required rooms. We still do need a Tephra boss though, so that's gonna be the next thing. Oh, I died. Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize effects persist after death. Do I want that to be a thing? I didn't even really realize, to be honest. It's Obsidian, yeah. I use Obsidian, it's pretty awesome. I really like some of the stuff in Obsidian, like the ability to do the little tick boxes. It's a very minor thing, but it really helps. Just instead of having to spend the time to like dash it out or something, just seeing like, bam, a check mark and it's crossed out with just a click. It's very awesome. I know it's like a basic thing, but it's all the little things like that that are super, super nice. It's weird being here in the dark. It's scary. It's like a horror game. I feel like there's gonna be like a guy after me here or something. funny that you could just like go back to the place you're in, you know? Yeah, you could just like go to the space hub from the space hub. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? But exactly. Also, the game plug-in with Markdown. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Yeah, it's cool stuff. I need to get some more of those plugins. Like, I think it'd be cool to have more of a task list, you know, the Kanban and stuff like that, instead of it just being a bunch of check boxes. But I don't know. It's really cool though. I think it's awesome that there's community plugins and stuff like that, because it's you know, it's like modding with games and stuff. It just opens a whole new universe of customizability and also just like long-term support too, right? I think that's a really nice thing about like community plugins and mods and stuff like that. Okay, ads are over. My apologies, everybody. Should probably add some more ships down in here. It would be cool if there's like little guys like with a wrench or something like working on their ship, or some guy refueling their ship. Just a little more environmental stuff. But there's so much stuff I gotta do though, you know. Maybe one day. Yeah, open source projects are really awesome. Same as Blender, Godot. Yeah. Super awesome. Yeah, I love that Godot is open source. I mean, Blender, I use Blender all the time. Blender's awesome. Just speeds up development so much, you know? It's pretty cool stuff. I wonder if I should make this space background have parallax. I mean, I have the tech. One day. I'll put it down as like a little extra thing to do one day. Man, I'm feeling the tired wave hit right now. I'm getting really tired. I get into that spot where I'm like, I feel the brain fog. It's like the dark evil mist from the edges of the camera fading into my view. But it's okay. I'll make it through. Hopefully. Man. Okay. Let's see. Time for obstacles. I mean, we might as well just get started on the new rooms and stuff, like the special rooms. We need to duplicate a lot of the same rooms over. We're not gonna do every single room that we had in the other area. Right, like we're in scenes and dungeon rooms. Some of these special rooms, though, I figured like, True Wisdom, I don't know exactly what we're doing for that guy yet. Or if he's gonna be in this one also. I might have the antithesis. The evil shrub of deceit. But I definitely want to have like a chest room, because that's just a basic classic room. And I think that should be in every dungeon. I can need a functionality in Godot, and I just added it myself. It's gonna get merged as well. Yeah, see, that's awesome. Yeah, right. That's what's great about it. It's like you don't have to just beg and hope and pray that they add the things that you want. Like you can just do it. It's really cool. Yeah, I feel like I'm too stupid to even know how to like how you would contribute to stuff like that. But it's cool though, the people that do know how. Because it's all in C++, I think. I mean, I don't really know any C++. I mean, I know like generally how to program in C++, but like diving into a project and editing a pre-existing thing might be really hard. I might not really know what I'm doing. So I would be too worried about messing something up, you know? But yeah, I don't know. Okay. Sell, sell, sell. Buy, buy, buy. I like playing Starground at the zoom level. Is my FPS dropping when I zoom this far out? Because I feel like it is. I mean, it would make sense, I guess. Yeah. I am rendering the entire world in one frame, so... Not even the entire world, the entire universe. All the planets and dungeons and everything. Man, it's fun to make building games. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I really enjoy designing systems like this, you know, with the automation and stuff. It's just fun. A lot of the times it's a headache and stressful, but it is really cool, though, you know? I would so love to make, like, a survival game with crafting. It would just be epic. I would just love to do it. I don't know. Did I just mess up my mic? No, I'm good. I got this little cable dangling in my feet, and I keep pulling it. Just made it know either. It was pretty hard to do, but usually I had to explain things and help. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've done, like, lower level stuff in university. I did, you know, C++ and C and C# and all that stuff. I mean, C# isn't that low level, but... So, I mean, yeah, I get a general idea of the syntax, I guess. I don't know. I think another thing, too, is I just don't even know what I would do. It kind of like, coming up with an idea of what you would want to change. I don't even know, right? So yeah. Ugh. It's funny with no clipping on the boat also no clips. So you can just like sail through everything. Man. I would love to implement some of the other systems I've wanted to do. Just haven't at the time, but I always thought it'd be really cool to do like pollution mechanics in Starground. Because it would just be another interesting automation challenge. Because now with these like different systems that kind of interact with each other, right? Where you have like farming and animal stuff, it's like, it would be really interesting if they affected each other. Where like if you do a bunch of farming or grow a bunch of trees, it decreases pollution. And then if you have like all these burners running everywhere, it's a big, massive bump to pollution. So it's also a good way to balance the burners because it's like, you don't really want to burn the fuel. It's bad for the environment. I don't know. It would be fun. Maybe one of these days I'll get around to it. I just don't want to screw people's saves over, but I think it's fine. You know? The game's still in early access. It would be kind of cool. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. Oh my god. I'm so tired, man. Okay. I guess I'll re-enable... no, I'll wait until the stream's over, actually, for that. Ugh. Alrighty. So we got the Tephra exit room now. We still need to do... We just need to do different shapes for the regular combat rooms, honestly. I think it would be really cool to have like a big donut room. because it would just be epic. So maybe we do that. Let's duplicate this and call this Tefa Room 2. Yeah, I think it would just be cool to have a donut room. Just carve out a hole in the center, right? Like a pretty sizable hole. Something like that. And just kind of shift these things around, right? Maybe move that 2 pixels down. 2 pixels over. Not pixels, but tiles. Whatever. Same thing. Now we're just gonna draw. The donut room doesn't like change gameplay or anything that much, but it's just a cool visual, in my opinion. And I guess it's kind of interesting because it's like, I don't know, it'll probably change up the way that you have to avoid enemies a little bit too, which could be interesting. Because instead of just being able to just run away, like you don't really have much horizontal space. Like you gotta keep the motion going. So I don't know, we'll see. Maybe it'll be cool. Let's fix some of these ugly bits. Fix that. Oh, that was supposed to be boom, boom. Let's just copy this, because... Oh, no! Get rid of that. Being able to copy and paste is so convenient, man. I'm glad that that is a thing. Because I remember, like, when I used GameMaker and stuff, it was just a nightmare trying to make these levels. But it's so nice in Godot, honestly. I've, like, never had any issues. So thank God. There's gonna be a big window. Okay. Almost there, basically. It's gonna be pretty easy to do all these rooms, I think. I'm just gonna... Oh, I almost deleted everything. Just like so. Okay. And we gotta spice it up. Spice it up with some tiles. I feel like 5 is probably like a good randomization value for it. Wish there were a couple more of these tiled ones in here though. I'm just gonna go through and draw some in. Okay. Code gives you so much freedom. With more freedom comes more responsibility. Yeah. That's true. That's true. But I do love how like unlimited the possibilities are in Godot, you know? I never feel any limitation at all, which is great. Because it's just the only limitation is just what I can conceive of, you know? In my own, like, technical ability. But I'm never like, you know, oh, I can't do this one thing, or it's too hard. I mean, things can be hard, sure, but, like, it's always possible somehow. And that's a really great thing. Yeah. Because, yeah, I never felt like that with GameMaker at all. GameMaker for me was just constant, like, I hate this engine and nothing works and I can't do this. Oh, this thing isn't supported. And, you know, I'm just like, it's a nightmare. Nightmare. But with Godot, though, I don't feel that way at all. All right, donut room. That'll just be a fun little room. Where you have to make a bunch more. Ugh, ever used RPG Maker? I have not, but I've definitely seen it around. That runs on JavaScript, really? I guess I never thought about what language RPG Maker actually uses, but that's pretty wacky, isn't it? I don't know. I've never messed with RPG Maker just because, like, it's fine. But it's really only for a very specific kind of game, which is an RPG. And to be honest, it's just not a game that I've ever really wanted to make, right? Like, I think it'd be kind of fun to do an RPG, but it's too much work, in my opinion. I think, like, I'd rather just learn a multi-purpose engine. But it's fine. They use something like RPG script. Maybe it interprets like its own language into JavaScript. Let's look it up. It literally just does use JavaScript. Interesting. But yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that it did that. So I guess the newer ones use JavaScript and the older ones did use a proprietary language, but interesting though. Yeah, I mean there's a whole thing about it, I'm sure. Yeah, it's crazy how many there's been. But yeah, like the new ones or whatever. Console versions. Imagine making a game on a console or something. That'd just be weird. Oh, so this is the... What is this? Publishers. Oh. Developer platforms. What even is this? PC 1801? Man, RPG Maker is way older than I thought. So, hey, Hypnotic Fox Twitch, welcome in. What even is this platform? PC 8801. MSX2? I've never heard of these devices. Super Famicom, yeah. Which is just, yeah. And then finally for Windows in 1997. Man, PlayStation though, that's wild to have a game engine on PlayStation. That just seems weird to me. The Game Boy Color was 1998? That seems like way more recent than I thought. You know? I thought that was like 1988. That's wild. They had it on the DS? But how? Man. Crazy. Yeah, these are the notable works. Yeah, there's been a lot of good games that have come from it, you know. I mean, that's the thing, is what it always comes down to is like, the tool doesn't really matter. It's just what you do with it. If you're making a RPG game, then I think it's fine, right? But, yeah. FMZMV, a couple of games made into an anime show, or are these the ones? Yeah, these films and web series ones here. I haven't ever heard of these, but that's interesting. Wonder if that's the same Nippon that makes engine parts in Japan, is it? Yeah. Maybe. I guess they're a big company. It's an interesting building. Yeah, what do they do? Oh, they've been around for a long time. Blackest days of its history. Well, yeah, if they've been around for that long, they must have done other stuff. Let me just search for engine. PC engine? What was that? Engine... Nah, it's PC stuff, it looks like. Yeah, right, it's always weird. Some are, yeah, everything, and then others are ultra specific. It's really interesting to see like what companies used to do, especially just old companies like that have been around since 1918 and stuff. Over 100 years. Because it's like computers didn't really exist, so it's like they must have done something else. Like, it's like Nintendo. What was Nintendo again? It used to be like a... I can't remember, but it used to be like a weird thing that you wouldn't expect. I thought. Yeah, because it was Nintendo was around since 1889. It was a playing card business, which is so interesting. It's like, it's a weird, I mean, I guess it makes sense that they would go into video games, right? Because playing cards are basically video games of the times before video games. But it's kind of cool. I don't know. That's a classic right there. Did they make those? Yeah, I don't look at most healthcare companies' timelines. Yeah. You can't port the new RPG Maker games to console, only mobile and PC. Oh, yeah. Yeah, console stuff is... I mean, I get why, though, honestly. It's tricky with console exports. Like, I've looked into it just out of curiosity. I know I can't afford it for Starground and stuff, but, like... it's so weird seeing, like, all these old logos. But... yeah, it's because you have to pay for the licensing costs for like the different platforms. Like to get your game on PlayStation, it costs a bunch of money. Like the development kits for those, it's like thousands of dollars. So a lot of companies just don't bother with it. I know that Game Maker does have a payment option for it, but it's really expensive. It's like $1,000 a year or something. Godot doesn't have anything. I think Unity might, but I think you also have to pay a bunch of money. So yeah, it's kind of tricky with the console stuff. I'm not surprised that they wouldn't have console. Godot does have one option for console exports, which is W2 Games. I can never forget. I can never remember what it's called. Godot multiplayer... console. I know it has a W. W4. It's W4. I can never forget. Yeah. No, not a government form. W4 Godot. Yeah, W4 Games. I didn't know it was created by Godot people. So it's interesting. But yeah, this company's kind of cool. Thank you for the hydrate. I got a little bit left in here. But yeah. I think this is like a really helpful company for mid-scale developers. Right? Like stuff like, because they will, you can get like you know, kits you can export to PlayStation and Switch and all that stuff, right? So it's definitely very nice for that. Yeah, like if Starground got to the spot where it's time for console or mobile or anything, then this is probably what I would go through, right? And you know, it costs a bunch of money. I'm not gonna lie. But the thing is like, it's worth it. $2,000 a year for all the different consoles is not that expensive in the grand scheme of things when you're talking business. Even 10,000, which I feel like if I was gonna build for console, I would probably make more money than that, hopefully. But is that just like yearly annual income, or what is that? I don't know. But yeah, even $10,000 a year. I mean, it's a lot of money, don't get me wrong. But you also have to think about it as like an investment. Like, how much more money would you make from that $10,000 a year? You'd probably make enough to pay for it easy. So, I don't know. But yeah, it's cool. It's just nice to know that something like this exists and they make it easy to do, right? And they've also got this cloud stuff now, which is for multiplayer, which is also kind of interesting, honestly. I'd probably prefer to just use the Steam stuff because Steam does it really well. But I could see this for doing like big servers and stuff, right? You can send queries and all that stuff. So, and like user authentication, right? So it's kind of interesting. And I think they handle all that for you, so you just put your code up and it just does it. Game Maker helps a lot. It's pretty much all major. Yeah, but it's $800 a year. Most people do it in the months of launch. It's $80. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not like insanely expensive, but you know, you gotta pay up though. Yeah, it's easy just to do like a quick little. That's the funny thing with Game Maker. It's like just pay for a month and build your game and then stop the subscription. But I imagine that would be really difficult for a lot of games. Just because like if you constantly have to re-up your subscription just for one build, like then you can't really do patches or anything like that very easily. So yeah. I've seen people use Godot to make games for really old devices. Yeah. It's pretty cool what people can do with Godot. Yeah, I don't know how far back you'd be able to do, because at a certain point you need to start using like C and stuff like that in assembly if you really go far back, but it's pretty cool though. Godot does support a pretty wide range of devices, I mean, because you can export things as 32-bit. I mean, practically nobody has those devices anymore, or actually uses them to play games, but you know, you can. Me and Deer broke, yeah. No, I know, it's expensive. Yeah. That's why, like, W4 is great for, like, successful people. Great for people that have made money. Otherwise, I don't think it's worth it to drop $1,000 on building for console. Like, you have to have the, you know, the success already. But it's good for scaling up, I think, right? I think that's the good thing. Yeah, I don't know. They've got all sorts of things. I think they have... I can't remember if, like, I think they help you develop with the console, but I don't know. I cannot remember. You might have to pay the more expensive one for that. If I can drop the link in my... Yeah, feel free to. I don't ban links or anything. If I ever see a link that's bad, I just, you know, delete the message. There's so many good reasons to drop a link in chat, so... So yeah, I think you can pay for like the premium support or whatever, which is... You can put in a request for premium support for that one. This one is, expensive because you have to request a quote. But yeah. I don't know about Godot, but you could ask for a sponsor from W4 or I don't know. Oh man. Anyone? Yeah. I don't know. Never done any sponsor stuff before. I've quote unquote sponsored other people. Not really. I think I paid Season a Subway sandwich one time for playing Starground. I wouldn't really count that as a sponsor. But it's technically. And a whale, sugar daddy, yeah. Man. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to make things sustainable, right? With like development. That's really what I want. It would be really awesome, you know, if I could just afford to develop without any like worry about profit, you know? Oh, you found it. Let's go. Let's check it out. Yo. Oh yeah, they're just like little trashy consoles. Yeah, so like how do they export to those kinds of consoles, you know? Okay. So yeah, they modify the engine to be able to export that kind of stuff. But it's cool. That's the great thing about Godot, right? Being open source, you can do stuff like this because you can modify. Team with the constant growth game is the dream. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I really do think the play is just like a lot of tiny games, you know? It's like throw out some ideas and then if something finally does stick, it's you go all in, you know? It's basically the sock pop method. Because that's what they do. So hey, Coder001, welcome in. But yeah, what they do is they just make a bunch of little tiny games. Like they have hundreds of little games. Like they do it in like these seasons. So like a season will have 8 games in here, right? And they're just these tiny little simple concept games. It's almost like a game jam type of thing, right? That's what they feel like. They just feel like little game jams. But they're all super cheap, so I don't know. I think this is it's a cool like concept, I would say, of like quantity versus quality. Because they did eventually hit a huge idea, which was Stacklands. Right? They made Stacklands and they're like, oh shoot, this game is like really popping off, and so they're making DLC for it and stuff, you know? The Stacklands has a lot of views now, doesn't it? Yeah. Like, Stacklands is popping off, you know? So I think that's, like, a cool way to think about game development or, like, approach it, right? It's just kind of, like, throw out a bunch of tiny ideas. It's, like, prototyping, but, like, a little above prototyping, you know? But, yeah. I probably would, I just don't have the manpower to ever like release this quantity of games, you know? But it's, I think it's a good example of a way to do things. I could see like, you know, some sort of middle ground of this kind of thing, like game every 6 months or even less than that, like a full finished game, right? Just so that like in a year or two, you can have like a nice solid set of games and ideas that you can experiment with, right? And if one of those games does really well or pops off, then you can, you know, go all out. I feel like it might be in the middle somewhere, something of depth to hold and something that doesn't cost a lot to make. for idea creation. That's 100% of the answer. Yeah. So Coda, what game am I trying to make? I am working on my game Starground right now. We're just kind of taking a minute to talk about other things. But I'm kind of just drawing up these different room ideas. So just different shapes and stuff for the combat rooms. I feel like it might be in the middle somewhere. Something with depth to hold, or I already read that. Shows Tyroler says that too. Well, it says you gotta only prototype until you find the one. Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I think it's important. Prototyping is really helpful because, like, you don't really have any concept of how good an idea is until you get something out. Like, you could think it's this crazy awesome idea, but until you actually create something that's playable that you can interact with, it's really hard to tell, right? So, I think it's definitely a good way to do it. So you got to prototype. Prototype little ideas. You know, see how things go. And I think also just keep these all really cheap because this is probably a lot of passive income, honestly. These games aren't gonna, no one game in here is gonna have a very big community around it, except Stacklands. But it's just the fact that there's so many and they're so cheap, somebody might go through here and buy 3 or 4 of these, you know? And like, there's so much opportunity for like exposure also to all of these. So yeah. You can only prototype, no release. Yeah. That's the other thing too. I think there's like one of the most difficult things about game development is the art of good enough, right? Of reaching a spot that you're like 80% happy with and then just moving on. It's really hard. But it is important, I think. You've got to be able to release stuff. Because I know how much it sucks. Because releasing is how you get feedback. You know, you have to know what people actually want, and you have to know if your game is worth pursuing. Because otherwise, if you spend 3 years on it, it's, you know, and then you release it and it's an epic fail, then it's a complete waste of time and effort. Do I know you're tired of this Texas speech? I'm done. No, it's all good. I mean, you're welcome to do whatever, right? Hey, Luke, what's up? You have a great stream. Yeah, thank you very much. It's true, yeah. I definitely feel that. Yeah, I think it's just so important. Because, like, when I worked on Pogo Rocket, that was 2 years of nothing. And then I released the game, and it's like, oh, nothing came of it. No money or anything. So it's just a complete waste of time, you know? I mean, it's not that that whole experience was a waste of time, because I think what was so great about it is that I learned how much of a waste of time it was, right? So it's like, I don't know. It's still helpful, but I think there's better ways to learn instead of wasting your time, you know? What I'm working on at the moment, I am working on new rooms for a new dungeon in Starground. So this is it's like a desert dungeon. It's called Tephra. And instead of it being like underground, you're on rooftops. So we're going to be adding a lot of flying enemies and stuff. More mobile enemies. But it's coming along. I'm just kind of drawing some random room shapes and stuff. And that's sort of what I'm doing. But yeah, we got the exit room set up. I'm just yeah, throwing in random shapes. If anybody has ideas for shapes, let me know for any room layouts, you know, because it's easy for me to just throw it in really quick. And I think the editor might be dead. Okay, we're good. I like that that closes separately, separate from the editor, because then I don't have to lose everything. Yeah, I want to do like another room shape. I don't know what shape we want to do. We do have the classic skull, but I don't know if I'd want to do that for this one. Now, I think what would be interesting is like kind of tying into the thing we have here, right? Like we're on rooftops. So what if we did, this would be a really interesting one. I don't know how this would play practically, but hear me out, guys. What if we create a new tile? Okay. That's like a bridge tile. Right? So basically something like this. It's like two logs stacked next to each other. Basically that. It could be kind of an interesting concept, I feel like. Of like these bridges that go across, right? But I don't know. We'll have to try it out. Hey, Dublato, what's up? Welcome in. What's going on? So we'd have one that's horizontal, and then another bridge that goes vertical. This one will probably just go like that. And, oh yeah, this would also have a thing here. So what would this one look like? Yeah, that works. Oops. Messing everything up. No. Okay. We're good. Now, the only issue that might be a problem here is enemy pathfinding. I don't know if they're going to be able to fit on an individual tile, especially some enemies if they're larger, but we'll see. I think we just have to experiment and find out, right? I mean, one option is just to make it so it's like a 2-wide bridge, which we can do that. It is going to be centered around an even number anyways, so maybe it's a good idea to do that. So all we would do is just that, and now we're done. And then the horizontal one is going to be broken up into 2 bits also. Nothing much, actually on my way to bed after doing some late night schoolwork. Ah, okay. Nice. Hope you get some good sleep. I wish I was on my way to bed right now. I'm pretty tired right now, but it's okay. I will stay awake. I will not falter. All right, so now we have these, so we can like draw these in, and we get this like little bridge, which I think is kind of cool. I like utilizing our space here, right? Because it's like, why does it have to be one building? We can just make like these little pillars, and I think that's really cool. I think it opens us up for some really interesting level design. And yeah, I think it's just fun. I don't know. We'll see. Oops. Don't know how much I hate idea history. What is that? I gotta go too. It's 4 a.m. here. Oh yeah, I get some sleep. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Let's see, move that out. And we gotta make a repair. Apparently only a subject in Denmark? Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Idea history, huh? is that just like the history of ideas? Like, all right. So yeah, we just got this tiny little building, but I think what we're gonna do is these over here, right? So we have these like floating areas. And I'll make them big enough so they're not too annoying to battle on. Like, I think 8 by 8 is enough. I don't know if we want to do the border on the outside. We'll do that. Now, I do have to be careful about how far out this room extends, because there is a limit. I think they can only extend... I think they can only go 25 out. So I think I am going to have to just push this one in just a little bit, but that's not a big deal. Just like that. And now let's just copy these around. What is the distance between these two? 1, 2, 3, 4? I think it's 4. Yeah, it looks like it's 4. So yeah, just like that. And delete all this other garbage in here. All right, only minor issue here is that has a little thing there. Technically, I could put this on another layer, but I don't know. Also, I realize that these are way too far apart. Let's move those in. Also, this one is like weird. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's a big one. Okay. Boom, baby. Yeah, I might put these walls on a different layer. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to cut this and then... I don't know, maybe we even have another layer in here, just specifically for this type of, you know, thing. And then this will be like a wall. Or just call this one like a background. Ah! Why is it not? What's going on here? Okay, let's try this again. Copy this. Bam. Go to background. And it keeps pasting that node. I don't know what's up. Is it because I'm not in a... Oh, I just need to duplicate static, I think, or just apply the tile set. Now can I paste? There we go. Basically look at history from an analytical and philosophical viewpoint. Pretty decent subject for teachers. Not, yeah. Interesting. This one is also funny. I have to do this. All right. Copy. Let's also just go ahead and delete these tiles because they're in the way. All right. And then our doors. So this is going to go up like a bunch. Minus 128. Minus 64. Plus 16. So minus 320. Down will be at positive 320. Hello? Where'd it go? Is it a depth ordering issue? No? Oh, it's invisible for some reason. Okay, we're good. Minus 256 plus 64 plus 16 plus 16. 304, huh? So is it one less on the horizontal? Oh, it's weird. Here, let's fix this. These have to move over one tile there and then 2 tiles over here. Fixed. Okay. Yeah, this should be the same. Yeah, 320. Okay. Now, let's just make sure that the distancing stuff here is okay. It should be. But from 0, it shouldn't extend past 25. Yes, we're fine. If it goes past that, then what's going to happen is it's going to overlap into the other rooms. So don't want that happening now, do we? All right. Let's fix this up here. Oh. Bam. Wabam. Wabam. Okay. Fix the wavy. And we're frickin' gaming. I'm gonna go to bed now. I really need some sleep. If 2:30 the assignment lets I need to do tomorrow. Oh yeah. Do it up. Get some Z's. Yeah, thanks for popping into the stream. I appreciate it. And I will try and add your guru soon. I'm sorry that I haven't done it yet. But I'll get working on it. All right. I'll see you around. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, I set that to -1. Yeah, I was about to ask. Yeah, I will do it. I promise. Just you wait. Oh, I forgot that these are gonna have to be modified. It's not a big deal. I just go like that. So hey, Yoshik, what's up? Okay, so one thing I'm gonna have to figure out is the collision stuff with these little platforms, because I don't want people falling off. I might just have like an invisible collision shape here. Like just bam, wazam, and now I can draw it in, you know? Like so. I guess the issue though is I can't see it. I need like a tile that I can see in the editor, but then in game it goes away, you know? Huh. Yeah, we're just talking about, I'm just designing another level. That's sort of what I'm focusing on right now. It's just level design. Or room design. It's not really a whole level, but yeah. I need to stop people from falling off these bridges, but the issue is I need to like put collision shapes here, but I can't see them. I guess I could just have like a railing that literally stops people from falling. So it is a railing, yeah. I mean, we'll try it out. Just see what it looks like first and then decide. Because I really don't like having invisible tiles. It's kind of tricky. Because now it's like, okay, where do those tiles go? I can't see them anymore, you know? I guess I could just delete the tile. Yeah, see? It's like they're hidden. So I kind of want to avoid that. This is what the railings look like, and I think that's fine to have the railings. I don't think it significantly detracts or anything from the style. Railing that doesn't stop people from falling is bad. Yeah, it wouldn't be much of a railing, would it? I'm gonna make this vertical one a little thicker. Move it up. Move it up. And I think we're good. I might, though, make this a little thinner, because, you know, it's gonna be a big, thick guy. Let's see how that looks. It's not bad. I think the railings are fine. I don't think it significantly detracts or anything. It just stops people from falling. Unless we want to make it look like a rope, because that would make sense, actually. So we have the rope. Rope. I don't know where it is, though. Here, let's just sort by date. And we'll find it in here. Oh, it's called zipline. See, we have this, and we could just use this to tile. I mean, it would make sense, right? Now, this is one thing I feared. It doesn't really tile cleanly. Well, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna just have to change how this tiles, I guess. It's not a huge deal. Work it out. Hey, Alphajack, what's up? So many people alive today? Yeah. It's probably because it's Friday. Everyone's done with work. So many people alive today. Yeah. There are a lot of people alive today. There's billions. Wasn't there also some news or something that we underreported on the number of alive people? So there's actually like way more than we thought. Okay, actually that tiling works. We'll just do that. I think it's more than 10 billion. I don't know. It could be, man. That's the thing, is like nobody really knows how many people there are. You know? It's not like someone's going around counting up every single person. Like, it's just whatever the governments report. But that could be wildly inaccurate. There's just no way of knowing. So, I don't know. Who knows, man? Alright, I think the ropes are okay. It gets the job done, guys. So anyways, that's this room. It's kind of a funky little guy. Now we gotta go through and do the spawnable stuff and all that business. So let's do that. Wabam, wabam, wabam. Full spawnable. Wabam, wabam. What do we want to do that? I do not want enemies to spawn on the player. Okay. Now breakables. Hide spawnables. Well, bam. These will spawn in the corners of the facility. Alright, guys. I think we're good. I feed my face and I'll never know exactly, right? Yeah. We'll never know about the people in your basement. As long as I don't tell them. Nah, I would never. I would never rat you out like that. Yeah, like 50% inaccurate. It's like 12 billion is most likely. I think you're right. Yeah. No, I don't know. Who knows, man? Maybe there's only one person. Maybe maybe everybody else is a robot and the actual population is one. You ever think about that? Like, think about it. Think about it for a minute. What if the robot uprising already happened? And so the robots invented this whole narrative of what the world is, right? Like, so that nothing is actually real. It's just that all the robots in the world have convinced you that it's real. Guys, if the stream stops randomly, then I am in trouble. I'm in grave danger, and I've figured it out. So we got an ad starting. The robots want the ads. Liquid viewership, yeah. It's all bots. No, I hope it's not bots. Background. Has to censor me exactly, yeah. I am not a robot. As far as you know. Nah. It's probably not robots. Why would robots do that, you know? Is there a good reason for them to do that? Yo, Speen? Kind of jump scared me a little bit. I don't know why. I think I got worried about the robots. Shocked me out of my trance. Alright, so now all the wall layers are going to be in the background, which I think is just better because it just makes sense. Like, the walls aren't going to be, you know, up in your business. So I think I'm just going to set the ordering. Thank you, Basha Check. Oh, maybe it's funny. It could be.
I'm not a robot. This is my real voice. Hi, 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 hi.
I'll write the ad, too. Ooh. Guys, I'm so tired. I could barely stay awake. You see the tired in my eyes? Oh, shoot. Hydrate. Oops. Sorry, guys. Water. Thank you for the cheese time. Cheeservation. Yeah. Alright, here we go, guys. We gotta test out the new dungeon. Here we go. I wonder if we should lock off the first dungeon, or like the second dungeon somehow, like with progression, right? Like maybe you have to find a key card or something to get there. Because I don't want people to immediately go to a more difficult dungeon and be like, this dungeon sucks, I keep dying, you know? Oops. No clip, true. Alright, check it out. Check out all these funny rooms. So yeah, I want to check out this one. So if I set no clip to false, Yeah, so the collision is all good. I can't fall off and stuff. Oh, but I can't. Oh, it's because there's a wall underneath there, so. Not a big deal. Well, it is kind of a big deal. Oh, just I can disable collision on this layer? Epic. I didn't know that was a thing you could do. So, cool. Thank God. Huh? Oh, no, this is normal. I was like, there's no up door. Oh God, we're stuck forever. Cheese House from Hit Game. Nubby's Number Factor, yeah. That's her, everybody. Welcome back. Okay, so check it out, guys. Tiny zipline. I think it's kind of funny how tiny the zipline is when it's between these two buildings. It's quirky. It's such a tiny little zipline. Oh, leave me alone. No, it's normally not going to be that tiny. It's just because it's the two big rooms next to each other, so. Yo, what's up, Dylan? Welcome in. Whoa, what just happened? It just kept going. It kept going. You guys see what's happening, right? It's like, it's flipping. It's going negative. Whoa. Whoa. What is happening? Whoa, guys. I think I need to clamp it or something. Let's go take a look at the door script. Okay, so actually, I think it's the side of the player. Like I say, if ziplining. Yeah, so I say hit zoom minus equals 1. But why is it going negative? That doesn't make any sense. I guess it's because I'm subtracting 1. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense, because if our zoom is at 0.5, then I say minus 1, that's going to go to negative 0.5. So I don't think I want to say minus. I think I just want to say times equals, right? 0.99. So it just zooms out a little bit, but not stupid mode. Let's see what that looks like. I don't think it did anything. Hey, yo. Maybe less. Maybe we go 0.9. Still not doing anything. Nope. We can try 0.5. Mirror dimension, yeah. It isn't doing any zooming. I don't know why. Because I'm saying hit zoom times 0.5 on each frame, so it should be having it. I mean, should I say like 0.1 or something? Oh, but I'm also saying times delta, so that's probably why it's not doing anything. Let's just get rid of delta. Because delta doesn't, I don't think it matters now. But it's still not doing anything. What if I do like 0.001? Will that do anything? No. So that just doesn't do anything. I'm saying times equals. Hit zoom is a vector. Oh, but hit zoom is it starts at 0. So 0.1 is going to be like, you know, tiny mode. Okay. Well, that makes sense. So duh, multiplying it by that isn't going to do anything. So we need to subtract this by a vector of what our actual zoom level is, right? Like times target zoom. And I think that's going to fix our issue. Just so that if we have a really tiny zoom already, it's not going to go too far with it. Yeah, see. So if we're like this, yeah. No, that actually fixes it. Okay. And likewise, if we're zoomed in, it'll do it more. Okay, well, I just freaking solved the problem, guys. Imagine. Imagine solving your problems. All right. Done. That's it. Least fake background. What, the background over here? Nah, it's totally real. And then I can subtract that value if I want it to be less zoomed. Yeah. You can definitely go back there, totally. What do you think about Donuts Room, guys? What about Donut Room? You got Donut Room, you got Big Room. This is basically a 5-in-1. I might modify this room a little bit to be even smaller, but we'll see. Maybe just make these like little pillars a little bit smaller. I'm not sure yet. I'd love to work there. You can wave your coworker from the other window. Yeah, right? It'd be awesome. Sick potential off the charts, yeah. Everyone could have their own little like room and then you'll wave at each other. It's awesome, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Starground sitcom. That'd be crazy. Owie, leave me alone. Owie. I think the short zip line is so funny. Because you just go for like 2 seconds. Like it looks like you could just jump that gap, you know? Just but no. It's fine. Let's split this joint. Wouldn't it be cool to have some variety on the walls? Yeah, like on the walls of the buildings. I have thought about that. I'm probably gonna go through and add some more random tiles and stuff down there. So yeah. No. No, let me out! It's because I changed that setting while the game was open. Alright, so I think we want to modify this a little bit, maybe. I almost want these to be even smaller. I know that's outlandish, but... What's the planet based on? Naruto. Ace gave us some material to work with. There's like these cool, like, they almost look like clay or like pots, you know? And so we kind of took some inspiration from that. But it's not really based on anything in like super specifically. It's just kind of a general like I look at it as like a combo between like Wall-E and Naruto. Just that one specific zone from Naruto. But Wall-E in the sense that it's like this abandoned trash planet, right? People used to live here. Something went down. Now the people are gone. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. We're good. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry about a thing, guys. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy in here. Okay. All right, look at that room, guys. Look at that room. All right, so we need to fix the background and also the breakables. The breakables are all broken. Just gonna delete them. Start fresh. Some days you just need to start fresh, boys. Some days you just need to start fresh. All right, now we gotta not fish. We gotta fix the background. It's still got sitcom potential, guys. Don't worry. But I think it was maybe a little bit too big compared to the other rooms. It felt like I had too much room for activities. Because we gotta balance it, keep in mind how many enemies spawn in, you know? So, I think shrinking is the way forward. How come I select this one, I copy it, and then I paste it, and now it works? Sometimes copying and pasting on Godot is quirky. I've noticed that. Or like I'll copy something and then it just doesn't do it for some reason. I don't know why. Or it just copies like a completely different thing that I didn't even copy. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Plus 16. Minus 272. Okay, guys. Put those in. And the room is A-okay, guys. I don't know what kind of accent that is. It's almost like the, where are you? You know, I'm so sorry. Cannot sleep. Cannot think tonight. Gonna put traps in there? Probably. There will be traps. That's one of the things I have on the list of like new traps for Tephra. The obstacles. Because we got the spikes for Enceladus. I mean, I could also use spikes here, but I think it'd be cooler if we did different ones. I think you drew out some trap ideas, right, Dylan? Did you? I don't know. Oh, my arm hurts. I can go take a look. Dungeons. I don't think we have any trap design specifically. Okay. New rocks? Yo. New rocks. Where are the rocks? Whoa. Yeah. Epic. That one's cool. Who is this? Who is this? Am I allowed to show them this, Dylan? Okay. So guys, Dylan's been drawing and coming up with new ideas for things. So these are some different gun parts. This is a cool one. It's a little eyeball guy. It's like a laser gun. Oh, that's cool. Marked enemies are attacked by the friendlies. Suit core. Yeah, this is like a SIL thing. That would be pretty cool. Oh, so it's like a per dungeon thing? That's cool. Yeah, so it gains, the more enemies you kill, the better it gets, which is kind of a fun concept. Now who is this? Did you draw this? It's kind of scary. I don't... Why is it here? Yo. Gosh, quite enough to slip you into a trance. Let's go. Epic reference, Dylan. Yeah. Tally Hall. Yeah, zirconium. Fun joke idea. Eye patch. It makes half the screen black. That's kind of funny. Yeah, that's epic. There's no damage, there's a high chance to stun. Yeah, I like different like weapon parts like that that are just kind of like not necessarily full damage focused. I think having stuff that's just sheer like bonus, like buff instead of damage is cool. Because it becomes more like we have the possibility for like support weapon stuff, right? Yeah. No, I think that's cool. Like I think it's fun to do buff stuff like that. Let me out. Yeah. I really hope this guy doesn't break out one day. I would be terrified if I saw him somewhere else on the mirror board. Or if I didn't see him on the mirror board anymore. That would scare me more. First batch covers a lot of the basic elemental stuff. Yeah, now we have like time to like room to dive into the more interesting things, right? Yeah, this one's fun. It pops up a big tree. Yeah, that's pretty epic. Then spider. Oh, it would shoot the friendly diatomaces. Yeah, that'd be fun. It's like the bee gun in Terraria or whatever, which I think is fun. I like weapons that spawn in little guys. That's cool. Yeah, and these are some other guys. Spoilers. Yeah. We're thinking of adding more tree guys. What do you guys think about more trees? These guys aren't very wise. They're just normal tree people. But yeah. These high up buildings remind me of Cube Games floating platforms. Okay. Cube game? Cube games. Floating platforms. Or like Minecraft? Or is cube games a thing? Cube mission? No? Okay, what I look up? Cube games. Oh, sorry, no, I just remembered. It's your game. You made, yeah, the cube game. Cube game. I forgot. Yeah, I think I still have it somewhere. Yeah, I could take some inspo from that. Some of those floating platforms, yeah. Would be interesting if there was like floating stuff here too. I mean, it's technically possible, right? I don't see why we couldn't have floating stuff. It would be really awesome if we had levels that actually moved, you know? So like you have like a rotating platform or something, or you stand on a building and then like the bridges of where you can go like rotate. Kind of like a train turntable, if you know what I'm talking about. A railway turntable, these things where you have like a train goes into a little platform and then it rotates around and goes to a different track. Right? I thought these were always really cool. They do seem kind of insane and ridiculous, but they are pretty cool. I mean, how often are these actually used? They seem like a relic of an ancient time. Rotating on a map sounds a little crazy. Yeah. It'd be cool. I just don't know how I would get it working with like the physics and stuff. Because one issue is if somebody gets trapped right in between like the rotating platform and the land, they'll just they'll freak out and get stuck inside the wall. So I'd have to figure out a way that like it'll only work if a player is like I don't know, I could check if like a player is fully on it, or maybe create a collision shape if it's not, like, I don't know. We'll have to think about the ways to do that. But yeah, it does get a little tricky with that. We'll have to think about that. You have an awesome idea. Oh yeah. Incorporate that on a future planet I'm excited to work on. No spoilers. Okay. Yeah, just die if that happens. Yeah. Just kill the player. It's like Minecraft when you suffocate in the wall. It's terrifying, dude. That's one of the most primal fears. When you're mining and then a massive column of gravel falls on top of you and it's just black and all you see is your health bar ticking down. It's like, oh my god. It's terrifying. There's a lot of scary stuff. Like drowning is always really scary. I think anything where your health is just constantly going down and it's like you have to escape is kind of scary. Revolving moon close to the planet so you can just walk to it. That's really close, yeah. That'd be crazy. Bridge. What if like you built a bridge to Enceladus from Viridian? It wouldn't make any sense and it wouldn't work, but it'd be kind of funny. Okay, let's go check this room. Alright.
No clip true. Zoom limit false.
Yeah, this feels like a little more reasonable play area, right? Because before it just seemed like it was huge. Because this is already like a little decently sized area here. And you have 4 of these little segments and the bridges, so I don't want it to be like insane, you know? I think this is okay. And I can rebalance and change these rooms around later, like once we get into the testing phase. Right now, my goal right now, guys, for this is like getting a playable build out right away. Because I want you guys to be able to start testing the new dungeons and weapon components and stuff and see like, and the enemies, you know, actually do some real play testing. So I'm really hoping to get it up like by the end of the month is my goal right now. At the very latest, hopefully. The first build, obviously. Oh yeah, I do need to rate bake the nav mesh. Thank you for reminding me. Forgot about that, honestly. Yeah, it's gonna be a little stupid. Okay, I haven't even done it at all. Yeah, this needs some adjustment. Whoa. Rebake. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of little funny bits on this mesh, but I don't think it really matters. The enemies will never even be able to get over there, so it doesn't change anything, you know? Ba, 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 ba. Whoa. Yeah, there's gonna be these little bits, but it doesn't really matter, I don't think. Alright. Enceladus is a real moon? It is. Enceladus is a moon of Saturn, yeah. It's just a little icy moon. It doesn't really make any sense why the dungeon is called Enceladus. I just called it that because I was like, honestly, it was meant to be a placeholder name, but then I just never changed it. So it's set in stone now. But yeah, it's just a little icy planet. It shoots out these little ice ejections, which is cool. Basically, like recharges Saturn's asteroid field. It's kind of interesting. It's got water. It's got a massive ocean. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff, man. But there could be life on Enceladus, who knows? Think you could live there for a week? As long as I wouldn't instantly die. Like if I had a spacesuit. Because there's no oxygen. There is an ocean, but like I'd have to have a vessel there. Isn't this actually where the freaking game takes place? I don't know why I can never remember the name of that freaking submarine game. Barotrauma. Yeah, thank you. But I'm pretty sure that takes place on Enceladus, doesn't it? Or is that Europa? That's Europa. Never mind. Europa is another planet that's basically just like Enceladus. It's an ice planet. An ice moon that has a liquid ocean underneath. So. It's a funny little planet. Sandy's tree dome is there in Europa. Oh, like if I could okay. Yeah, no. If I'm in Sandy's tree dome on Enceladus or Europa, I could stay there a week easy. Like, I think it'd be kind of a fun little vacation, you know? Even if there was no food, I'd probably be okay. Obviously, there's got to be water. But hey, I am surrounded by an ocean, so... You know, it's really interesting to think, but... You can just drink that ocean, right? I mean, I'm not crazy, right? But there's no bacteria, so it means that it's completely sterile. It's safe. And... Right? And there's no salt. Unless it is salty, who knows? But couldn't you just drink that whole ocean? You're fine? I mean, there might be heavy metals in there. But, like, there's heavy metals in our drinking tap water anyways. Is Enceladus ocean drinkable? It's fizzy. I don't know. I'd have to research that. It's rich in baking soda. Okay. Interesting. It might be really salty, though, because there might be elements that are... I mean, there's probably salt on Enceladus. Salt is just sodium and chlorine. But I don't know. I'll have to go there one day and check. Be a fun little adventure, you know, I guess. What if you accidentally shotgun down a couple of tardigrades? That'd be fine. Tardigrades are little guys, little gooby guys. They do look pretty scary, but they're fine. They're little gooby guys. I think they look all scary, but I think they're just a bunch of softies, guys. I don't think they're actually scary. All right. Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys saw, but for Godot 4.5, Oshik, this might be interesting to you. They're changing the navigation server for tiles to be only for 2D. So there's going to be like a navigation 2D thing. Like a dedicated navigation 2D server. So that might fix some of your issues that you were having with the generation of your tiles. They're also doing it so that tiled collisions will automatically merge. So for example, like in these rooms that we have here right now, what we have is this. All these collision shapes are just individual boxes like this. But in the new update, there's gonna be now automatic merging of these shapes to just become one shape, which is gonna be way faster. So that'll be cool. They're like too good at living. I feel like they'd just be there forever. Well, I hate to break it to you, Dylan, but I'm pretty sure we have tardigrades everywhere all over us at all times. Because they're microscopic. Do we have tardigrades inside of us? They don't live in or on humans. Okay. But yeah, they're not dangerous because they're microscopic. It doesn't even matter. I've probably eaten them in the past. But yeah, I'm sure we've accidentally eaten them before. They've definitely been on our food before. Yeah, right? They're like fungi spores. They're everywhere. We just don't realize it. They're funny little gooby guys. Gooby guys is that's Ace says that sometimes. Gooby guy. It's pretty good. I decided I don't want those little bits because it makes me angry, so I'm gonna debitify. I don't know if this is like bad for performance, but I'm pre-baking the mesh, so I don't think it really matters the shape. I might just slightly increase bake time, but if I only do it once ever, then what's the point? Alright, let's try this out. Bake. Yeah, guys. Not me though, yucky. Yeah. I hate auto emotes, how to turn those off. I don't know. Can you even do that on Twitch? Turn off auto emote. Twitch. There's no way to disable it. Yeah, I don't even think you can. 1984, I know. It's tragic. The Wikipedia for tardigrades are either resistant. I know, they're little strong guys. They're indestructible. They can survive in space and stuff, man. They're crazy. They're cracked. I don't know how they do it. Yeah, I don't think they survive nukes, but you know, that's fine. I mean, they wouldn't survive the direct blast, but they probably would survive like the fallout and stuff, I imagine. They're probably so small that radiation wouldn't even like affect them very much, you know? Because radiation, I feel like, only matters when you're big. Because they're so tiny that any radiation would just miss them. Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong on that. Alpha particles are pretty tiny. Maybe radiation affects them a lot. But I feel like it wouldn't matter because they barely have any DNA. Does radiation affect tardigrades? Okay, they just repair their DNA, so yeah, they can survive extreme radiation. Crazy, man. Yeah, tardigrades are insane because they also just like deactivate themselves. Like if they can't find food or water or anything, they just shrivel up into a little ball and they can stay like alive like that for like decades. They're crazy. They're cracked. They're kind of OP. They like put their size slider all the way down and everything else went up. So they're little tiny guys, but they're super, super strong. Which is so resistant. That would be pretty cool if like I could repair my DNA. Yeah, they eat themselves too. They're insane, man. They're crazy guys. So are cockroaches stronger? I don't know. I think tardigrades have got cockroaches beat. Cockroaches are pretty strong, but I think their survival power comes in the form of like how fast they replicate, you know? Because if you've got 2 cockroaches, there's going to be a million, you know? And so just pure statistical chance they're going to survive. But... I was saying we also do that. I don't think it's very fuel efficient to eat yourself. Like, I don't think eating your arm is really that many calories, and it would take so many calories from the blood loss that it just wouldn't even be worth it anymore. Yeah, let's go off the new comment. I think being able to repair your DNA makes you the winner always. Yeah. They are insane. Thank God they're not big. Thank God they're microscopic and pose no threat. Because imagine big tardigrades. Like, that could repair their DNA. Resistant to everything. That would be terrifying. I don't think I'd want to live anymore. That'd actually be like a horror movie premise. Big tardigrade guys that are basically indestructible. Yeah, bear-sized tardigrade rampaging around Chicago. Exactly. It's insane. I mean, the muscle stuff start disappearing if you keep in hunger. Yeah. I mean, you'll eventually atrophy, but I don't think it'd be worth it. I don't think eating your flesh is gonna give you that many calories. I mean, think about realistically how much meat is on, like, your arm, for example. If you ate your whole arm, right? I mean, I mean, there's muscles in there, but it's pretty bony. Like, I'd say most of my arm is just pure bone, and you're not gonna get much sustenance out of your bone. Yeah, I don't think it'd be worth it. And then you also lose an arm. But I think you would die faster because you'd lose so many calories and just blood loss. Now that might have some more calories, yeah. Exactly, right? I think, like, the amount of calories you get out of it versus the amount of calories you lose from blood loss and your immune system freaking out, I just don't think it's worth it. I think you're going to end up at a net negative of calories. Yeah. Don't eat yourself, guys. It's not good. Oh, man. Anyways, we've been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I think there's a good stopping spot. We got some stuff done. We got some new rooms and fixed some stuff, so that's always good. I'm going to be working more on Steam Deck stuff, so hopefully it won't be too bad. It's just a matter of making the on-screen keyboard show up, and yeah. So I'm going to write that down, you know, Steam Deck stuff. I was not saying cannibalize yourself. Oh, just that your body eats. Yeah, I mean, that's good. Like, don't digest your own arm. But, like, yeah, your body will start consuming yourself. Like, it'll start eating your fat and muscle when you're hungry. So, yeah. That is really interesting that your body does that, isn't it? It just starts cannibalizing itself. And the muscles, too, which is interesting. But I guess it's a good survival mechanism. I guess that's why fat exists. To hold us over until the next big meal. Man, the diet of, like, cavemen was probably insane. You go like a week without food and then you eat an entire deer or something. Like, it's gotta be crazy. Because they didn't really have, like, food preservation or anything, so really it's like you eat it fresh or you don't eat it. Yeah, it's gotta be crazy, man. Thank God I can eat consistently. Yeah, eating every day is something that we invented, honestly. Carb cycling. Dude, carbs didn't exist back then. Like, you rarely ever get carbs. I think the only carbs were probably berries, but the thing is, guys, is that fruit and food that we have now is completely engineered. Like, even stuff that you think is pretty natural, like a potato or a carrot, is insanely mutated from what it used to be. It's always crazy to look at, like, what corn used to be. It used to just be these, like, 3 massive hard seeds that were completely inedible. Yeah, same with the bananas. Like it was just filled with seeds, and it's gross and bitter. It's like we really fruit and stuff got a glow up, dude. It's insane. Yeah, I wouldn't want to eat berries from ancient times because you've got like a chance to poison yourself, and also they would just taste bad. They'd just be sour, probably. Yeah, the little green small watermelons is crazy, man. I would if I went back and realized they're actually way better. I'd be so mad. I'd be like, no, what have we done? Nah, they look pretty gross though. I bet they taste sour. Well, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you gamers for popping into the stream. Feel free to buy Starground on Steam if you want. This update will be out on May 16th. Feel free to join the Discord server. And I'm gonna try and get a experimental build up as soon as I can. Because yeah, that's what it's for. It's for testing. Gotta be able to test stuff, you know? No, I just got here. Nah, so good. I can raid you if you want, and then it'll be fine. Sure. Alright, let's get this going. Whoa, you're doing some 3D nav mesh stuff. Alright. Thank you, gamers. I'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. MDT. And, yeah. That's it. Alright. Bye, gamers. I'll let you know on Discord when the experimental build is ready. So, okay. Starting the raid. In 7, 6, have to wait. Yeah, there's no way Hypnotic's gonna expect this raid right now. There's no chance. Alright. Bye, gamers. Bye-bye.